Man, I finally took the time to give that old Pendleton Western shirt that I thrifted a wash, and holy shit, that thing was well loved and never washed. Oh my God. That thing stank as soon as I put it in the water. I had to run it through. I put it in a bin, I hand washed it, water turned brown, reset, filled the water, turned brown again. I had to do this like 5 times, man. It's crazy. Poop shirt. You were wearing that shit, man? Well, not while washing it. You mean it didn't stink before the water? No. Poop shirt. Thanks for letting us know. I'm going to get that thing up nice and right. It's like 5 holes in it. Gonna have to learn how to stitch. Oh, what a project it'll be. The water does activate the poop. Yeah. What's up? Hello. I want to see. I mean, it just looks like the shirt that I showed you yesterday. It looks like a nice, handsome wool Pendleton cowboy shirt. Western, pearl snap. Missing a few buttons. We'll put it together. How'd Return of the King viewing go? That was like a week ago, man. That was like a week ago. Where's my lip balm? Rice and beans and stitch your socks. Oh, the collapse is coming, my friends. The collapse is coming, and you do not want to be the one guy who doesn't know how to darn his socks. Oh, they're going to laugh at you at the post-apocalypse hobo camp. Oh, you're going to be... Everyone else there is going to have darned socks, and you're going to be... Whew! Going to have holes in them. You're going to look ridiculous. And then you'll die. Your undarned socks, they'll let the cold in, you'll catch a cold. Your feet will chafe against the inside of your hobo boot, and you'll die. How's the cough doing? It's been fine for weeks. I had a sore throat yesterday. Feels a bit better today. Still sniffly, but better than having a sore throat. Hey, yo. Wonderful yellow shirt. It's a sweatshirt, and it's too big for me. But it is comfy. Hey, yeah. You hear the news about the news? Yes. Yes, I did. Want to get into it? What do you weigh now? You looking good, bro? I weigh like the same that I have for a while now. Nothing special on that front. Been getting into the calisthenics. Been doing stretches. Yeah, you want to get into it. Folks, I have phenomenal news. What is that news, you might ask? Well, we touched on it a little bit the other day, but it's not the Associated Press. That's just the page that I have defaulted to open whenever I switch to this monitor view. The actual news is this. Overwhelming Commissar STANCIL victory. As we all know, Greg Bovino, a.k.a. the 5-foot-tall butch lesbian, a.k.a. the guy who dresses like a Eastern Front, Wehrmacht officer, has been removed from his post and will no longer be directing Border Patrol operations in the fine city of Minneapolis. The triumph of Will Stancil, He held Leningrad. Seriously, it's a big deal. The fine people of Minnesota have held on. I'm sorry. This is not even, I wasn't even meaning for this one to be Stancil posting. It's just like this was the top comment underneath multiple federal sources confirmed to Fox News that Border Patrol agent Greg Bovino and some but not all Border Patrol agents will be leaving the state of Minnesota immediately. That was just I only clicked at it for this. I didn't know that Emperor Stancil would be the top. He really has been everywhere, by the way. You want to see Will Stancil? Here he is in the front page of the New Republic. That's him. At least I think it is. That looks just like him. Pretty sure that's him. Who is this guy? An annoying libshit poster who rose above his station to achieve glory greater than the likes of which the rest of us have ever achieved. Again, like it's infinite grace and tolerance considering the circumstances. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you could be an obnoxious libshit poster your entire life if you single-handedly defeat, what was it, Einsatzgruppenführer Gregory Bovino, on the, you know, on the icy streets of Minneapolis. You can, if you triumph there, oh, many lives were lost. 2 we talked about, but Will Stancil had to personally execute many thousands of Twin City residents for breaking in the face of danger and fleeing the front lines. But you need a commissar. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Oh, man. He won the duel? He's been bathing in their blood. Can you believe this guy's 40? Like the one white guy. He's aging better than I will. Keep the fire in your heart, you know? 40? Yeah, well, over 40. Older than Stephen Miller? Yeah, older than Stephen Miller. Older than Mamdani. Well, Mamdani looks good, so it's not as pointed of a comparison there. Just a little bit younger than Vance, I believe. It's a hate post from a Nazi account, but POV, you're Stancil.
They're shooting at me. They are shooting at me. Bunch of thugs! Oh, you stupid thugs! What are you doing? Hey, arrest these guys! They're coming for us! They're coming for us! What are you doing? You killed someone, not us! You killed someone! Oh, who gives a crap? I got a gas mask!
You know what? You know what someone said on Twitter that I think is completely correct? He speaks with the earnest, unpretentious sincerity of like a World War II soldier, doesn't he? He sounds like a real American. Hey, what are you doing? What you can't do that here? What do you mean? You use the criminals. Use the criminals, not us. You know? Yeah. Like, yeah, exactly. A Saving Private Ryan background character. He doesn't have any of that, like, guarded, insincere, like, cynical, oh, I'm on camera, I have to be cool, you know, bullshit that you would get if, like, any Twitter personality, including me, by the way, were in a situation. He's just, like, earnestly, indignantly outraged. It's phenomenal, you know? It's a real human being. He's the only one of us who's real.
They're shooting at me. They are shooting at me.
There's no cringe.
Oh, you stupid thugs!
Earnestness is not cringe.
Hey, arrest these guys! They're coming for us! They're coming for us! What are you doing? You killed someone, not us! You killed someone! Oh, who gives a crap? I got a gas mask! I don't care! What are you doing? What are you doing?
Jeez Louise. He's so fucking based. He really is. Will Stancil along with this guy specifically.
Well, I've been here all 4 nights. I'm just standing here today with soup for my family, and we're just, you know, watching all of this unfold. It's very unfortunate.
You're not planning on using that, are you? Throwing it at the police?
Like I said, it's for my family. Well, I've been here all 4 nights. I'm just standing here today with soup for my family.
It's a beautiful country. I love Soup for My Family Guy. Oh yeah, 100%. Well, anyway, Stancil posting aside, as delightful as it is, seriously, the tide is turning rapidly in Minneapolis. It seems that the administration understands that they have overcommitted to this. So for one, Donald Trump is not... Donald Trump was shielded from as much information as possible, but now that the containment has broken, he is contradicting the language of the administration. Trump wants an honest investigation into very sad killing of Minneapolis protester. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Trump is, you know, saying ICE is a terrorist org or whatever, but like Trump has not maintained this wall that the admin has tried to put up. Immediate statements by Miller and by, Miller, Vance, contradicted by the president. And by the way, Miller and Vance have been pretty quiet the past 24 hours, Like, they're very obviously trying to shield Trump from this, but Trump cares about being popular more than anything else, and it's really, 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 really difficult to avoid the conclusion, from his perspective, that this shit is not making him popular. Hence, the removal of Greg Bovino, the little Nazi freak who has been dramatically mishandling shit over there in Minneapolis, Tom Homan, who's now going in to sub for him, is... also a Hitlerite freak, but perhaps less Hitlerite. It's difficult to be as or more Hitlerite than Greg Bovino, the guy who just dresses like a Nazi, right? Like, it's a low bar, but it is what it is, right? I saw this article this morning, which I thought well served that point. In 2022, Bovino was sued for discrimination for blocking qualified Black and Latino agents from senior jobs. Under the Biden administration. Interesting how he stuck around. In emails with the man Bovino picked for a senior role, the man compared him to a Confederate general. Bovino replied, telling him to delete. Interesting. Congratulations to Greg Bovino's new office. Yeah, precisely. He was too embarrassing for his for the administration. How they not get rid of the guy? Greg Bovino's been in with the Border Patrol for decades, man. He was tolerated by Jesus, wasn't he tolerated by Clinton too? He's been around for a while. It's almost as though these guys didn't all decide to become bad under Trump, So is Homan? Yes, Homan was appointed under Obama. You see the shit he was saying on Twitter yesterday? Funny you mentioned that. So severe has the DHS's crackdown on Bovino been, they've restricted his access to his social media accounts. He posted on Twitter like a little Nazi freak. Like he didn't do like the measured distance thing or whatever. Like he's very much in it. Bovino would use one X account, CMDROP at large CA, to post multiple times a day, trolling his critics, sharing mugshots of immigrants he arrested, and publicizing his own appearances at press conferences and other cable news. Over the weekend, Bovino had scrapped with lawmakers and others online, responding to their post on X about the shooting of ICU nurse Alex Preddy. In several recent posts to social media, Bovino had accused Preddy of assaulting law enforcement officers before he was killed, a claim not supported by the video. If they're restricting his social media access, this is an act of, and I mean it, genuine terror and desperation for the administration. There is, listen, okay, nothing that this administration wants less than to signal to their people that there are limits. The idea that, oh, you can't actually cut loose. If you overstep your boundaries, you're going to be restricted by us, is a line that they have not wanted to touch, They despise this. For one, they hate the fact that it signals weakness. For two, the idea of doing some kind of big day of the rope, infinite violence against everyone, that's what they want, Like that's if there were limits to this, they wouldn't be in favor of it. They want mass death, there's not, they don't believe in like a moderate accomplishment of their goals. And for three, it signals that the time might be up. Like, if Greg Bovino is getting axed for this, what about all the people who supported Greg Bovino? What about Stephen Miller? Stephen Miller is getting increasingly isolated in the administration because, for one, he's always kind of been on his own to an extent as a hardline white nationalist, but also he's the one directing the most unpopular elements of the presidency. J.D. Vance isn't necessarily, because for the most part he just tweets. And Marco Rubio, for the most part, I think Americans kind of leveled out in the Venezuela bit. We'll see once we invade Cuba. But Miller is a cockroach, yeah, and he has the reputation of one. The most interesting thing is that Trump held a 2-hour meeting today that excluded Miller. That is interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you very much for sharing. A 2-hour meeting with Kristi Noem amid backlash to Minneapolis shooting, but not including Miller, The guy who's been directing the Department of Homeland Security. Huh. That is very interesting. That is very, very, very interesting. Nearly 2 hours, too. Jesus. The meeting came after Miss NEWSOM requested to see the president. The people said, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss a private meeting, and it was prompted by Kristi Noem. She must be worried she's on the way out. What else would explain that? Kristi Noem kept information from the president and lied to the public in an effort to keep the infinite murder spree going. But then there were political consequences that have come back to hurt Trump considerably, Hmm. If I recall correctly, I saw some post on Twitter where a White House insider said people in the admin are getting sick of Miller because he's too blatantly evil. It's making him a liability. Yes, but keep in mind that Miller also drives the momentum behind this administration. The Department of Homeland Security isn't just their little private army of enforcers. They are the will of the MAGA movement, Everything else they do, Venezuela, potentially Cuba, the tariffs, all of that is ancillary, it's secondary stuff. The most important thing for them in terms of their movement and its long-term goals is white nationalism, That is the heart of the movement. It's its vitality. If they give up on that, if they have to make concessions on that, that's pretty much it. Trump's been a lame duck president, but in his dying breaths, he can still hurt the country. This would severely limit his ability to do that. Trump can't fire his cabinet members. He's terrified after the first admin. The only thing that matters to Trump is loyalty. He can sideline them, yes. Susie Wiles, Carolyn Levitt, Stephen Chung. Stephen Miller was not part of the meeting. That is so interesting. I wonder if that's because he wasn't invited or if because he chose an excuse to not be there. Interesting. Wait, Vosh, he legally can't or he won't? No, he could if he wanted to, but he won't because Trump's number one fear is being surrounded by competent technocrats who will limit his power. That's the reason why all the people he surrounded himself with now, the only criteria for their membership in his cabinet is being loyal to him, Because Trump is still angry about the fact that during his first term, he was hampered considerably by the fact that his cabinet was full of Republican neocons who, just ignored him. That's what they did. Basically, everyone from Trump's first cabinet came out afterwards and said, the only reason the country didn't die during Trump's first term is because we just ignored him. He would say stuff during cabinet meetings, and we would go, brilliant idea, Mr. President, and then we would write it down, and then we would toss it in a bin and not do what he said. And it was like that for 4 years. But he could just find other crazies? Not as many as you might think. And the cracks begin to show. I think it's time to pull out of Minnesota. That battle is lost, a Border Patrol agent said in a private chat I obtained. Ken's been interviewing a bunch of Border Patrol agents and, getting disclosed information from them. And it's just looking so bad on the inside. The brand new agents are idiots, and experienced agents assigned to Homeland Security investigations told me. Same sentiment was echoed by virtually everyone I talked to, with several conveying the view that Pretty's death was the fault of some skittish young recruit who panicked when he heard the word gun, if that's what happened. Even one of the new ICE recruits agreed with the experienced agent's low assessment of the Trump freshman class. A lot of the guys, he said, referring to the new ICE recruits he worked alongside, are honestly pretty sketchy. The new ICE agent continued, I thought federal agents were supposed to be clean-cut, but some of them pass around a flask as we're watching a suspect. Observing as well that the new guys, quote, have some weird tattoos. These tattoos, I'm told, are symbolic of the fact that the new recruits tend to be more ideologically motivated than those of the past. Last I heard, says one ICE officer, the FBI didn't want to help us out much anymore, especially in Minneapolis, due to the bad press. Fuck, I'm so fucking happy that Kash Patel is the FBI director. We're not going to help you with your fascist crackdown that is like the zenith of the entire movement that you've been building for a decade now, because I wouldn't know what to tweet afterwards. Oh my fucking god. Why on earth would the FBI care about optics? Jesus Christ. Do you think we'll see mass ICE quitting? We already have. They've lost a lot of their people. They just the reason we don't see it in their numbers is because they keep burning through new recruits and volunteers. They're pulling people from other departments. They're paying a fuck ton in overtime. Like they're trying as best as they can to keep their numbers up, but a lot of people have left. Minneapolis is their Stalingrad. A lot of people are freaking out. One ICE agent told me agents are getting seriously paranoid, afraid of being targeted by retaliators. Several agents described receiving briefings about retaliatory threats to ICE inspired by the Minneapolis shooting. Guys take it really serious, like we're fighting insurgents, as if Minneapolis is Baghdad, an ICE officer said. This is a no-win situation for agents on the ground or immigration enforcement overall, a Border Patrol agent said in a private chat shared with me. He closed on a plaintive note. I think it's time to pull out of Minnesota. That battle is lost. Fuck this, a senior ICE official I said, about the shooting of Preddy. Oh, man. Did you hear the latest cope that the killing of Preddy wasn't even ICE, it was CBP or CPB? So we were all dumb for doing that. Who the fuck cares? What? They're all being like rallied under the same banner. Also, I want to abolish Border Patrol as well. Like, not just ICE. Like, obviously we have to get rid of ICE, but Border Patrol, they're all the same. Like, yeah, BOVINO was Border Patrol. Functionally, they're all operating as the same agency right now. Basically, everyone under the DHS mantle is being mobilized collectively as part of this operation. FEMA too. I guarantee you they are pulling people from FEMA. 100%. Retired four-star general and former head of SOCOM, these nuts, replied to multiple Trump admin official tweets with a freeze frame of ICE agents pointing a gun at Alex Pretty's head. God damn, that's funny. This is where we're at. That image is AI altered. Did the image give him like a worse hairline? The kneeling guy has no head? That probably wouldn't be an issue for ICE recruitment standards these days. Not really relevant to the point. More interesting that a retired four-star general would engage in this kind of behavior. Miller. What have you been up to? He really has been quiet, man. You'd think if anything, Miller would be super loud right now. He posted, yeah, here, January 25th. 25th, right? But then quiet, starting the 26th. And now on the 27th, 2 hours ago. It's just about a court hearing. Miller is normally posting through it no matter what happens. Again, I guarantee you that like the line here, the hope from Miller and from JD Vance and from Noam and all these people was that Trump wouldn't notice what was going on. Guarantee it. Easiest guarantee in the world. And as soon as Trump found out, like, hey, our freak neo-Nazi admin members are running around tanking our popularity, you know, for essentially no reason, they pulled back. JD Vance posts nonstop. Look at this. Here's him posting about how Alex Preddy had a gun and therefore deserved to die. Level of engineered chaos is unique to Minneapolis. This is January 24th. January 25th, here's saying, you know, hey, don't pay attention to the fact that we just executed a man on the street for no reason. Did you know that one time people were mean to us while we were trying to have dinner over there in Minneapolis, the city we're sieging with Nazis? And then on 26th, a no-text screenshot post of Trump saying he's sending Tom Homan over with, you know, the implicit acknowledgement that Greg Bovino is being recalled and sent to the wood chipper, you know. 20 hours ago, so yesterday, illegal aliens voting, da-di-da. And then 30 minutes, and it's a post in the Holocaust. Today, remember millions of lives lost during the Holocaust, da-da-da, right, you know. Scheduled that one a while ago. Just seething. Again, you see the same thing. They stopped talking about Alex Preddy in Minnesota as soon as Trump became aware of what was happening. At that point, on January 26th, they backed off. Anyway. I think this is actually the first time. This is the first time that I can think of, at least, that the administration has taken the L on a subject this publicly. Like, there's this much obvious internal embarrassment and, like, reshuffling, you know, as they try to assign blame or correct their optics or whatever. I wonder if Trump feels embittered at all. Like, I wonder if Trump is aware of the fact that there is a coordinated effort to keep info from him, or if they've, like, massaged the subject over and they're like, yeah, it won't happen again, boss. Pope Leo's top U.S. ally calls on Congress to defund ICE. I'm sure J.D. Vance will listen post-haste. All right, 1 second. I have to head this off to the brilliant editor class. 1 second. I would also say Kimmel was an L. They never really took the like on Kimmel they lost ground, but they never like admitted they were wrong. You know what I mean? They never backed off the subject. They never like clearly internally reshuffled their priorities. Kibble? Yeah, the stuff that cats like. Have you seen any ice in Seattle? Do you think I leave my house? Hold on 1 second. Hell yes, hell yes. Sent. Here, hold on. Total panic in Trump admin as leaders back off Minnesota. That's bad, but something like that. ILY. Very good. Hello. I like that sweater. It's a sweatshirt. Editors can't be trusted with titles. Not like I can. Where's my tab? What was I looking at? There we go. Excellent. Trump, you can't have guns. Uh. Great audio, huh? Trump's never really been a big gun guy, you know? He's always been surrounded by big gun guys, but he himself has never really been a huge gun guy. Coastal elites, you know? Unironically, yeah. Like, why would he be a gun guy? All right, sorry. What the fuck was I talking about? ICE is going on a world tour. U.S. sending ICE unit to Winter Olympics for security, prompting concern and confusion in Italy. Uh-huh. Milan Mayor Giuseppe Sela said that ICE would not be welcome in his city, which is hosting the February 6th opening ceremony to be attended by U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, as well as most ICE sports. This is a militia that kills, militia that enters the homes of people, signing their own permission slips. It's clear they are not welcome in Milan, without a doubt. So let's hold RTL Radio 102. Dude, when you've lost Italy, like Italy is literally run right now by a Mussolini worshiper. Like the party of Mussolini. It's insane. Its people aren't, trust me. Yeah, I know. You people were never cut out for fascism. Too many lunch breaks. Milan is a big gay city. No, I understand that. It's just like, you know, ideally, at least from their perspective, fascists are supposed to crack down on that sort of thing. Meanwhile, the AFD wants its own ICE. Yeah, of course they do. And you know what would happen if they got it? If they win, when they win, and they get it, they're going to burn themselves out in, like, no time at all. 6 months. Same thing. Nobody can actually do fascism anymore. Nobody can do anything anymore? That's true. That's pretty true.
The Trump administration is changing who's in charge of the ongoing immigration crackdown. So is this a sign that the president is backing down? Today, Border Patrol Commander-at-Large Greg Bovino, he's seen here in this archive video throwing a gas canister at protesters last week. He's going to be leaving town. He's expected to take some of the 3,000 federal agents in the city along with him. The White House says Border Czar Tom Homan will take over the operation. For protesters on the ground, Bovino's exit is only a first step.
Good riddance. Couldn't have came sooner. And but I mean, that doesn't mean everything stops, right? We can't take back what happened before, but we're still living in trauma from Renee and countless other people, right? But now we have this, that he came to our community and caused all this damage. It doesn't just go away because he leaves, and then who comes next and what happens next?
Joining me now in the group chat, Alex Thompson, CNN political analyst and national political reporter at Axios, Audrey Fahlberg, National Review.
What the fuck? What is with these people, man? What are you doing? Why do you look like that? Can we stop throwing short around as a pejorative, please? Wait, are you like really behind the VOD? Are you referring to me talking about Greg Bovino? It is always okay to make fun of Nazis for being ugly, fat, or short. Always. But yeah, obviously don't do that to like people.
Politics reporter, and Chuck Rocha, Democratic strategist and former senior advisor to the Bernie Sanders presidential campaigns. Alex, can I start with you? Because we got some signals from the White House. The president said he had a conversation with Governor Walz, I believe. That there's some dialogue there. But what do you think made the administration finally rethink how it was talking about the death of Alex Preddy and the ICE tactics overall?
So I can call a black ICE agent the N-word? Yes. Do it in front of a camera. Give us some discourse, okay? Lighten the world up a little bit.
Because for the first time in probably at least a decade, the politics of immigration are no longer on Trump's side. He always felt that this was his strongest issue, and every poll showed that was the case. With the increase, and this is not just about Alex Preddy, this is about increasingly over the course of the last year, voters have increasingly soured on the way that Trump has done immigration
We have some polling about
enforcement.
this. The New York Times Siena poll, how ICE is handling its job. The number I always look at, independents, 70% disapprove. And this was January 12th, so this was even before this second
Are there even any black ICE agents? Actually, probably not many black ICE agents, but a huge number of them are non-white, yeah. Non-white or barely white, like Mediterranean, you know, Italian. There's a ton of them who are like Latin or Middle Eastern or whatever. It's the same as it always was, you know? Same reason that a fuck ton of internet neo-Nazis are Filipino or whatever.
And they know that, and they sense it. And so Trump is now frantically, you also have a looming government shutdown that will happen, or at least partial government shutdown that could happen as soon as this weekend, unless they can pass some of the DHS bills. And you need Democratic votes to do that. So the Trump administration is now trying to do all these things via executive actions to try to placate some Democrats. But Democrats so far have said they're not going to go along with it.
Now, I had seen the Wall Street Journal editorial board. You had seen other people sort of come out and say, hey, I think this is backfiring. Is the president hearing it? But the thing that stuck out to me was Chris Medell. He's a former candidate for Minnesota governor. I say former because he has just decided to drop out from the race. And to give people some context, this is the guy who apparently was a lawyer representing the ICE agent who shot Renee Good. So think about that. Very high profile, and he thought he was going to then run for office. Instead, he released this statement on Monday.
I support the beginning of Operation Metro Surge, the idea of getting rid of the worst of the worst, and they did some of that. But it has gone so far beyond that goal that it just got to a point where I just literally cannot support that. I can't look my daughters in the eye and say, yeah, I'm doing the right thing by continuing this campaign, by being a member of this effort.
It's lying, by the way. No in-the-know Republican actually thought the goal here was to get rid of the worst, okay? The real truth here is that the optics of this are so bad, he doesn't want to be tied to it. He's aware of the fact that he has no chance of winning if he denounces what's happening here, but because that would mean getting targeted by Trump, he'd be seen as a rhino. But he also knows that he can't win if he wholeheartedly embraces it. And he can't be asked to make no statement on it. There's no fucking way, given what's going on in Minneapolis, he could be like, yeah, you know, he could like ignore the issue. So basically, they're making it impossible to run here. But this is not a moral qualm.
There's political ramifications all across the board here, but there's also real-life ramifications. The reason what you're seeing from the White House is because you can say a lot about Donald Trump, and I disagree with a lot of things with Republicans and what they do, but he is politically astute, and he understands when poll numbers start sinking around an issue that's very direct.
No, he is not politically astute at all. He's just not ideologically a white nationalist. That's it. He will happily tank his own ratings over stupid bullshit that he cares about, like the tariffs. He will not tank his own ratings over stupid shit he doesn't care about, like making America an all-white ethno-state.
This is, to Alex's point, if you looked at those independent numbers prior to the election, they were upside down.
You know what I don't understand? A lot of motherfuckers want to wear a cowboy hat on the news. Why are none of you wearing Western shirts? Genuine, I'm actually asking. I have no idea why. I see a whole lot of bolo ties, and I see a whole lot of cowboy hats. Why aren't you wearing the, like, quintessential piece of Western wear, the pearl snap Western shirt with a Western yoke? Why are you just wearing, like, a plaid work shirt?
You asked him if they should be deporting criminals or people that were doing bad things. 70% of independents would have bid for that. But to Alex's point, it's the way that they've implemented that. We're not talking about the border being closed. We're not talking about actually bad people that's been deported. We're talking about what we're seeing in the street with American citizens dying, and that's his problem.
But I think this is also putting into stark relief are the very real and long existing tensions within the administration about how this deportation strategy is taking place. So we have people like NEWSOM, Corey Lewandowski, Stephen Miller, who want deportations up as much as possible for their own sake. Then we have people like Tom Homan, who's seen by Republicans as more of the adult in the room. You know, he's controversial among Democrats, of course.
We heard folks at Fox repeatedly saying, you know who you should send in? Tom Homan.
Right.
And then pretty shortly after, Tom Homan was going in.
Proof that the president definitely watches a lot of Fox News, but he's, proponent of more of this worst first kind of, focusing on illegal aliens with a criminal background. But I think
this is complete horseshit. The only way for ICE to get their numbers up, deportation-wise, is to just go after everyone. The reason, like, the only thing that makes Tom Homan better is that he's not an actual fucking Nazi like Greg Bovino. Under Greg Bovino, ICE agents were being directed to go door to door asking the race of the residents and their neighbors. Like, actual fucking SS Gestapo shit, insane. Tom Homan is every bit as capable of doing bad shit, but he's not that stupid. Like, that is completely unsustainable,
Another thing, there's a tragic, fatal shooting in and of itself, and there's the administration's response to it. And NEWSOM and Stephen Miller accusing Preddy of domestic terrorism was obviously not the right course here.
Well, you saw, this last weekend, it was the Stephen.
I mean, why not? They did it with Renee Good, Stephen Miller called Alex Preddy an assassin who was looking to do maximum harm to ICE agents, man. An assassin.
Miller, Kristi Noem response to this, because that is how they responded to every controversy over the last year. And what's so striking is that this is the administration overruling in some ways Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller, which they have not done so far this term.
And I heard that there was a meeting with Noem and Trump at the White House.
And Lewandowski.
But not Miller?
I can't believe asking for people by race doesn't violate some civil right. I've got great news. It does. We do, as much as they're being ignored, we do have civil rights. It just doesn't matter right now.
On my understanding, I'm not sure. I'm sure he was somewhat involved. I know that those two were in the meeting.
President Trump says he and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz are, quote, on the same wavelength after a call on Monday. They spoke for the first time since federal immigration agents shot and killed 2 U.S. citizens.
I thought the court said it is legal now, though. No, what the courts essentially did was legalize a aspect of racial profiling. However, what they've been doing in Minneapolis or in Minnesota, which is a total violation of your Fourth Amendment rights, they have been entering people's homes without warrants. They have been entering people's homes without probable cause. They have been engaging in unreasonable stops and seizures. You have no, dude. These guys, ICE and Border Patrol, have no legal power. They can't even pull you out of your fucking car. They're immigration services. They're immigration police. They're not they're not. They have so little actual legal power, so little actual jurisdiction that the courts have just allowed them to da-di-da-di-da. What if somebody shoots and kills an ICE agent who illegally entered their home? Well, in the event of that tragedy, obviously, the courts would have to decide, essentially, whether or not cops are allowed to break the law and kill people for no reason with infinite leeway and protection from liability. Which, man, dude, the courts rule in different directions on this. There is case law that has seen police officers lose their jobs or even be incarcerated over what you might consider relatively minor infractions of the law. Remember, Derek Chauvin is in jail right now, you know? And what he did was objectively less against the law than like everything ICE agents do. They're literally like ramming cars into walls and pulling people out and disappearing them. Like Derek Chauvin is multiple levels less a criminal than like the average ICE agent or Border Patrol agent operating right now in the Twin Cities area. Legally, they don't have a leg to stand on. But that none of that matters unless attorneys are willing to file charges and police are willing to arrest them.
In Minneapolis, Walt says he told Trump he needs to reduce the number of federal agents in his state, and he said he felt a definite change in tone.
We've laid out the case that we do the right thing.
Border Patrol just shot someone in Arizona. It's unless there's more information, I never want to like make too much hay over this, because there have been many shootings done by police where there was some degree of legal ambiguity. It's probably best to focus on ones where they're just obvious executions. So if any info comes out, like obviously I'll talk about it. Yeah, right now there's like no details basically. It's really, really tough to say. Yeah, not dead, critical condition. Circumstances leading to the incident were not immediately clear. Yeah, I have no idea, you know. Love to see. Speaking of legal charges. Oh, hold on, let's do this in order, huh? We'll finish this video. Phoenix ICE raids. Who is this? 12 News? Is that like a local news station, or is this like just a regular YouTube channel? Here. Judge orders ICE chief to appear in court or risk contempt over denial of due process. Delicious. The chief federal judge in Minnesota says the Trump admin has failed to comply with orders to hold hearings for detained immigrants and ordered the head of ICE to appear before him Friday to explain why he should not be held in contempt. In an order dated Monday, Chief Judge Patrick J. Schiltz said Ton Leons, the acting director of ICE, must appear personally in court. Schiltz took the administration to ask over its handling of bond hearings for immigrants it has detained. This court has been extremely patient with respondents, even though respondents decided to send thousands of agents to Minnesota to detain aliens without making any provision for dealing with the hundreds of habeas petitions and other lawsuits that were sure to result. Delightful. Too patient, to be honest? Of course. But I'm still happy. Read the order. Is there a link to the order here? Link to the order. I don't see the order here. Let me look up Chief Judge Patrick J. Schiltz order. That'll probably get me what I need to see. From the good old Star Tribune and all the fine work they've been doing. Screenshots if you want it. Probably we'll go over that. Judicial orders have a tendency to be long and boring. Oh, this one's not even 3 full pages. This is one of dozens of court orders with which respondents have failed to comply in recent weeks. The practical consequence of respondents' failure to comply has almost always been significant hardship for aliens, many of whom have lawfully lived and worked in the U.S. for years and done absolutely nothing wrong. The detention of an alien is extended, or an alien who should remain in Minnesota is flown to Texas, or an alien who is flown to Texas is released there and told to figure out a way to get home. The court has been, again, like, I need this to be, listen, okay? Judge Schiltz, if you're listening to me, please listen to me, okay? You have to get prosecutors to arrest them. Failure to appear in court over legal failings is a chargeable offense. You can be brought to court in handcuffs over this. Deploy the marshals. Send them. Send the marshals. You're a federal judge. Well, actually, no. Well, hold on, wait. Could Pam Bondi rescind any marshal deployment if he's a federal judge? Because he is like effectively an employee of the Department of Justice. You know what I mean? I actually don't know. I don't know what if it's on state charges. Well, if that's the case, it wouldn't be run through a federal judge. They're under the executive. I think you asked this before too. Yeah, I'd like to know that. Like, how much can the U.S. Marshals do right now against the? Well, we'll see. I don't think so. Is there a valid warrant? Well, you can procure one, and also judges have close ties to prosecute. Like prosecutors often work with judges to decide, you know, is this person in contempt? Should we go after them? Whatever. You could make a play. The Supreme Court has its own police, not under the DOJ. I don't think regular federal judges do, though. Yeah, I guess what I'm wondering is, like, can the DOJ essentially federalize marshals that are deployed by a federal judge? Not federalized. They're already part of the federal government, but you know what I mean. Marshals report to judges, right? Yeah. But they would also presumably be, like, they could be fired. They could be, I'm genuinely not sure. You know what? I'll look that up later. Either way, delighted to see them being dragged into court. Every single time one of these fucks is made to answer to a judge, they look like an idiot. Do you think the reason why no one wants to arrest ICE agents is because everyone knows any attempt will end in a shootout? The thing is, and I understand this sounds a little bit crazy or LARPy or whatever, ICE would have no chance against an actual, like, targeted state operation. No chance at all. And the reason for that is because state and local police officers live there. It's their turf. Whereas the ICE agents in the middle of the night are just a bunch of fat fucks sleeping in a hotel cots, sleeping on the floor in their Hiltons, you know? They don't have the supply lines. They don't have the security. They don't have the operational awareness. They barely know where they're going or what they're doing, you know? These people are criminals and they should be treated as such. But the real answer is, you don't know till you try, right?
We don't want criminals here, but we also recognize that someone coming here to find a better life should be treated with dignity, that Americans shouldn't be fearing for their lives to go out of their house just because of the color of their skin. And the atrocities we're seeing, and I think Donald Trump understands it too.
Group chat is back. I want to talk about this tonal shift for both of them. First, I think for the longest time I have heard this argument over the last couple of days, especially from conservative and right-wing voices that say basically there was a far-left organization that kind of put Preddy in harm's way and turned him into a martyr, that this is all part of a strategy. And can I come to you, sort of, are you seeing this as well? And is that starting to fall apart under public scrutiny?
Disgusting.
Pretty heated scene down here in Central Phoenix. We're at Park Central Mall right now at the Zips. You can look inside right here. You see that inside there's not much activity in there. It looks like we've got a bunch of the employees just kind of standing there and walking because we had ICE agents come in here, or federal agents come down here. A large crowd now has gathered in this area. And I want to apologize right off because sometimes they are swearing and saying this van.
From your vantage point.
And so just a lot of different people in this area right now.
Sometimes you forget these freaks are all over the country, not just in Minneapolis.
All right, Gabriella Becerra in downtown Phoenix at Central.
Backside here, they are not friendly. Now they're going. Why are they going over there? Let's see what's going on over here, Chris. And when you had protesters,
shouting at the agents, keeping them from leaving, and they all came down here. But then a lot of people ended up joining their group because this is a shopping center with a lot of different restaurants.
No, still very much peaceful. The reason I wanted you guys to come back to me is two contextual points.
I saw that Snyderling. Here. Oh, man. Minnesota AG was on Democracy Now! That's interesting.
As protests continue in response to the fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Pretty by federal immigration agents in Minneapolis, a federal judge in Minnesota heard arguments Monday, and a local agent shot Pretty dead. You could start off by talking about...
you, Amy. How are you?
It's great to have you with us. Can you talk about what happened in court yesterday and respond to... We had you on just on Friday. Now, another killing of a Minnesotan. Can you respond to that killing and what you demanded in court on Monday morning?
Well, first of all, Alex Pretty was an amazing man. He was an ICU nurse at the Veterans Administration Hospital. He devoted his life to caring for people who defended America.
Arrest them.
In the 3 cases of shootings here in Minnesota is to say, yeah, we kind of know that you have the right to prosecute us. So what we're going to do is frustrate your capability of prosecuting us by grabbing evidence, by spiriting people away out of the state, by allowing our agents to wear masks so they're now in court. But the federal government is saying, oh, yeah, well, what do you say to 4,000 men heavily armed?
I think I might have overestimated how interesting this was in my head. It'll be interesting when charges are filed. Trump deletes truth calling for tickets for Melania doc after sales plummeted. Really? Real Donald Trump deleted Melania the movie a must-watch. Get your tickets today, selling out fast. That's really funny. Is this just an archive of all of his deleted tweets? Looks so. I guess that's what it's searching for? Yeah. Order descending and deleted equals true. Here goes the article. Apparently the Melania doc is being made from somebody who wants like a pardon from Trump or something, and he's just like trying to buy his attention. Was it a pardon or was it some kind of business dealing or whatever? Apparently you can buy a pardon from Trump pretty cheap. Couple million? He was a pedophile? The director? I think I remember hearing that. Melania will open at least 1,400 theaters nationwide. More than 27 countries. Big release for a documentary that reportedly cost Amazon MGM Studios $40 million for the rights and $35 million on marketing and distribution? For this? Holy shit. A private screening for Melania was held at the White House on Saturday, attracting guests including Apple CEO Tim Cook, New York Stock Exchange CEO Lynn Martin, Zoom CEO Eric Yuan. By the way, like, we don't talk about this very much, but right now, like, every single day, a rotating villains list of the world's wealthiest men are at the White House, just like hovering around Trump, looking for whatever favors they can get. They're all so fucking evil. They're all so evil. It's like a it's like a nonstop ball for these people. They can just go up, go in whenever they want. Skipping over Mike Tyson. In order to skip over something, you have to get to it. I hadn't seen Mike Tyson yet. Hello. Also in attendance was Brett Ratner, the controversial director of Melania, whose documentary on the First Lady is his first project in more than a decade, after sexual assault allegations at the height of the Me Too movement upended his career. There you go. There you go. There you go. That's really funny. Another source says there was more talk about Brett being slimy than there was about Melania on set. And Trump deleted his fucking tweet advocating for it. That's really, really funny. I wonder what he must have, like, heard or been told to have sold it. Only a single ticket was sold to the premiere in the UK. You know, the fucked up thing is the only reason they spent so much acquiring the rights and were willing to spend so much on marketing and distribution was entirely because if they spent less, it'd be perceived as an insult to Trump. Amazon MGM Studios didn't want to be accused of thinking the movie was cheap, so they dumped like 2/3 of $100 million on putting it out there just so they couldn't be accused of that. Everything is a fucking bribe, man. You're going to talk about the Labour Party drama in the UK? I don't know what you're referring to. What Labour Party drama? Is there still a Labour Party? What meaningful drama could there possibly be in a party that's going to have like 2 seats after the next election? Also, more importantly, where are my slippers? My feet are cold. I found my slippers. They were in the bedroom.
Last weekend was probably the most explosive in UK domestic politics since Keir Starmer came to power in July 2024. After months of speculation that he might mount a leadership challenge to the Prime Minister, on Saturday, Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham requested permission from Labour's National Executive Committee to run as an MP in the upcoming Gorton and Denton by-election, before being blocked by the 10-person committee on Sunday. This wasn't only shocking because Labour had just blocked the candidacy of one of its most popular figures, who would stand a far better chance than any other Labour candidate of winning the Gorton and Denton by-election, but also because of the risk of igniting a Labour civil war between allies of the Prime Minister and allies of Burnham. So, in this video, we're going to explain how we got here, why Starmer was so worried about Burnham becoming...
This might be a little bit beyond me at the moment. Also, right now, my personal position is that the Labour Party, the Tories, and the Reform Party are all the same people. So I don't know. It seems very low stakes when everyone has 0% popularity, you know? I understand it's a bit of a simplistic reading, but Jesus Christ. They're all Thatcherites in different colors? Seriously. While Tories are defecting in droves to Reform? Yes, and Reform is going to do the exact same thing that the rest of them are. They all have the same damn positions, man. Weird antagonism towards trans people. We need to ship all illegal immigrant brown people to Africa for some reason. And also the entire national treasury needs to be directed to pensioners. Like they all, it's the same, that fundamentally they're all on the same boat, you know? Also time to enact the Panopticon. Yeah, that Panopticon comment was crazy. I cannot believe one of them said that. Who was it? Who was that person? Was that for Reform or Home Secretary? No, of course it was Labour. The UK's Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, has been criticized for naming the Panopticon as her model for the British criminal justice system. Insane. Really, like, affirming my position on, like, the end of history, though, right? Like, the idea, the reason why all liberals everywhere are faltering in the face of fascism is because nobody actually believes in democracy, and they all think that AI is the tool set that will allow them to shift into a post-democratic system. By means of AI and technology, we mean to achieve what Jeremy Bentham tried to do with his panopticon. What's a panopticon? It is a dystopian kind of prison where a single guard can look into the cells of every prisoner at once, and no prisoner can ever know whether or not they're being looked into. She spoke of ways to integrate AI into policing beyond live facial recognition technology. I think there's big space here for being able to harness the power of AI and tech to get ahead of the criminals, frankly, which is what we're trying to do. Last August, the UK government announced plans for a pilot scheme which will use AI to detect, track, and predict where devastating knife crime is likely to occur. Right, Minority Report, exactly, yeah, of course. Is there hope for Corbyn? No. The UK is already a surveillance state. It's already a the number of security cameras and surveillance cameras they have, like per capita, it's psychotic. All that for what? Well. Even one of the lords was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Baroness Chakrabarti. Would you say the UK is worse or about on the same level of surveillance as we are here in the States? Worse. They're worse. Carney rebukes Treasury Secretary told Fox News that Carney... What do you got multiple nested quotes. What the fuck are you saying? Vosh, you always act so fatalist about the UK, but do so little research in the country. I notice every time I get people angry with how I characterize the UK, they never actually tell me, like, how I'm wrong. They only tell me that I'm wrong. I don't know why. I got, like, a crash-out email a while ago from somebody acting just like that. They weren't even referring to, like, a specific thing that I said. Let me see if I can find that, okay? Hold on 1 second. If I can find that email. Again with your weird... Wait... Again with your weird hatred of British people. Bosh, why are you like this? I've been trying to watch a video and then out of literally nowhere you'll be pulling out a stereotype about British people. You are aware the average Brit is not a monarchist, right? I really do not understand your hatred of British people. It is obsessive. It's one of the reasons I watch Hassan nowadays instead of you, because when Hassan makes jokes about British people, he does so in good taste and in a way that feels true to the way things are. I really do not understand your hatred of British people. I understand there are bad British people, but there are bad people in every culture. You know literally nothing about our British politics. Please stop acting like you understand us or our culture until you can be bothered to educate yourself. Anytime you make jokes about British people that feel in poor taste, which is a lot for some reason, I check out. I cannot be bothered to listen to someone who has no interest in my culture and thinks every British person is a medieval peasant. I wish you all the best, but I cannot tolerate this nonsense. Please take the time to educate yourself on our culture and our values before stereotyping us and making yourself look like a bumbling hypocrite. Same thing when you think misogyny is okay when the women you say it to are bad people. It makes you a hypocrite. I do not mind being criticized, but your takes on British politics and culture are absolute dog shit, and your lack of knowledge or interest really shines through anytime the subject of Britain comes up. I have no idea what video this is a response to, by the way. How old's the email? 4 days? It's because of your party take, I think. That was like over a month ago. Also, I was right. Well, for example, you falsely claim Starmer privatized the NHS. I mean, I've talked about the privatization of the NHS. I don't know if I've made claims that Starmer himself has presided over it. He's only been the prime minister for a couple of years, but certainly under Blair that happened, yeah. But that's true, though. Oh, Bull Cipher, my goodness. Oh, we'll get to that. Starmer is taking the privatization further. Palantir in the NHS now. In November 2023, the UK's National Health Service awarded a 7-year, £330 million contract to a consortium led by US-based data analytics firm Palantir Technologies to develop the Federated Data Platform. Under Prime Minister Keir Starmer's Labour government, this relationship has continued and deepened, drawing significant criticism from healthcare professionals, privacy campaigners, and opposition politicians. So, I don't know. It seems like something. Who was complaining that I was misinformed for that statement? Who was I talking to? Me? 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 Okay. Gotcha. Well, whatever the case may be. Grim stuff, folks. Grim stuff. Oh, speaking of the Panopticon and the use of modern technology to surveil and control people, TikTok. By the way, this the mainstream media is of one mind on this. If you look up TikTok right now on YouTube, I bet you'll find basically no mainstream media coverage of it. We can look right now. Here. You look up TikTok on YouTube, top item, The Rational National. Some shorts, Tanner Tan 36, Secular Talk, hello. Fantano, Dylan Page, more shorts. Love YouTube now, thank you. Oh, here we go, CBS Mornings, all the way down here, Seems like they were all covering it yesterday. We just took a look at a couple written articles. The thing Americans can't read. TikTok is controlled by the deep state now. NEWSOM is launching a probe into it to investigate whether or not it is being biased against Democrats, whether it's engaging in political bias, which could potentially violate the law. I doubt anything is going to come of it. Again, please keep in mind that the Democrats, and also NEWSOM specifically, were A-OK with this. They're the ones who set this in motion. They're the ones who decided that because TikTok wasn't pro-Israel enough, the United States government needed to have more of a say in who runs it, Time and time again, there is a synchronicity here between Israel henpecking and beleaguering and demanding it be given more control and the right taking more control, It's just interesting. It's not like the Democrats don't admit that they want to cede more surveillance or authoritarian power to the right, but they do want to do it to Israel, and then Israel immediately hands it over to the right. Fascinating stuff. It's not just Israel that's being reductive. With the TikTok one, not really. With the TikTok one, it's pretty straightforward. During the initial acquisition process, known rhino Mitt Romney was like, yeah, they're being too anti-Israel over there. We need to control what they can see and what they can say. And then when the acquisition process is done, it's handed over to Larry fucking Ellison, Israeli super soldier, fucking the pedophile 9000 over there, the goddamn oligarch who controls like half of our media, donated tens of millions of dollars to various Israeli funds and projects. Greater Israel guy.
The new American version of TikTok is already under scrutiny after some users accuse the app of suppressing anti-ICE or anti-Trump content. Now, California's governor says he's launching an investigation into the complaints.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is taking aim at the popular social media app, TikTok. Writing on X, "It's time to investigate. I am launching a review into whether TikTok is violating state law by censoring Trump-critical content." The Democrat said some users had complained they were barred from posting the phrase Epstein.
This is going to be American operated all the way.
It comes just days after ByteDance, TikTok's Chinese owner, said it had finalized a deal to set up a majority U.S.-owned joint venture that will secure U.S. data and avoid a ban here in the U.S. But since the announcement, users say they have noticed a change.
TikTok is now censoring our content a lot more.
Do you worry calling everyone defending the Epstein-class pedophiles might weaken the accusation? No, I'm okay with people who defend Epstein being called pedophiles. Honestly, I feel like that's a pretty low bar. Like I know you hate to give it to them, but the conspiracy theorists who are like the world is controlled by like an elite oligarchical class that just want to like kill people and fuck kids, basically. I mean, it's true, because that's all they do. They have the power to do anything in the world. They could be building libraries. They could be building metro systems, works of art. They could be relaxing every day out there by the pool, but they don't. The thing they keep coming back to over and 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 over again is war, killing people, and fucking children. It just keeps going back to that over and over. It's like, Jesus Christ. It's so vocal. What was it that Slavoj Žižek said? Like people speak often of the depravity and the vulgarity of the poor, but when in situations of social conscience, the poor clam up and they express what they see as a dignified behavior. But what is under discussed is the vulgarity of the elite. How the behavior of these ultra oligarchs, these multi-billion-dollar people, when in private, they are acting like the most depraved, the most disgusting people. Locker room talk times 1,000 with women, with children, just like the whatever presumption we have of their decency. This is like a bygone conception. This era is done. There's no longer in the halls of wealth any expectation of dignified behavior, you know? Maybe there used to be. Maybe like 400 years ago when aristocratic courts were summoned, everyone had to be really on guard because they knew that any perceived slight could be blown up into like a slight against another's house, and then there would be consequences and war and so on. But now, absolutely none.
Now,
TikTok USA is broken.
What in the is going on with my FYP?
Over the weekend, TikTok users reported seeing the same videos repeating on their For You page.
Why are humans so obsessed with raping and killing women and children as a biological thing? Dog, what the fuck? We're talking about like evil people here. Evil people like those things. And being super wealthy makes you evil. It's Marx. It's material conditions. Why is it that people who are put in the mental torment... Why is it that when people are put in the pressure cooker that makes you an evil person, they start to do evil things? I don't get it. Well, all I've done is position them as a god above humanity with infinite power and no self-restraint. They're surrounded by yes men. They can do literally whatever they want. They are not bound by law or morality. Like, why do these people keep turning out bad? I don't know, man. Maybe divorcing people from the social contract has consequences. I don't know what you... I don't really think this is like a statement on the nature of man. I think it's a statement on the nature of power and the oligarchy.
Some content not displaying, and new posts getting 0 views. Other users also accuse the app of censorship, claiming videos critical of ICE and the recent killing of Alex Pretty was what caused the difficulties to post.
we are posting factual political information, and they are censoring our content.
I think that chatter was genuinely asking. Yeah, I genuinely answered. That was a genuine answer from me. Anyway, you want to see something really scary? TikTok's new TOS. Terms and services rolled out 4 days ago on the 23rd. Updates to our terms of service and privacy policy. Yeah. Information you provide may include sensitive personal information as defined under applicable state privacy laws, such as information from users under the relevant age threshold, information you disclose in survey responses or in your user content about your racial or ethnic origin, national origin, religious beliefs, mental or physical health diagnoses, sexual life or sexual orientation, status as transgender or non-binary, citizenship or immigration status, or financial information. For example, we may process your financial information in order to provide you with the goods or services you request from us, or your driver's license number in order to verify your identity. We may also collect your precise location data depending on your settings that explained below. Some of this stuff is old. Obviously, they've been scraping ad data by listening to you talk next to your phone while it's off for ages. Precise location data, that's always been a thing, you know, if you have the app open and ask you for your permission. However, some of this stuff is pretty new. Like if you have a TikTok account, they are building a profile on you, which they can build based on like not just information you directly provided, but also scrape data, including information like your fucking citizenship status. That's interesting. I wonder where this Larry Ellison run TikTok is going to be giving that information, you know? To advertisers? Maybe, probably, almost certainly. Who else do you think? Gonna plug that right in. The main difference covers AI. The company added a new section to its TOS saying it will collect information from AI interactions, including prompts, questions, files, and other types of info that you submit to our AI-powered interfaces, as well as the responses they generate. Is there a channel that analyzes terms and conditions across apps? I feel like that's going to be crucial. I think that basically every social media page does some version of this. Like even this page right here, which is talking about the differences, is also noting that the profile they build on you is much preserved from the previous iteration of TikTok. Though I maintain that there is a massive difference between this information being collected for like advertising purposes by like ByteDance or whatever versus this profile being built out to like immediately send over to ICE, which is again what they're going to do. I feel like this article is being a little bit apologetic. TikTokers are alleging the platform is censoring or throttling posts based on politics. It's too early to tell whether these reports are a change in the algorithm or a result of a technical glitch. No, I really don't think that a bunch of Democrat and Trump critical accounts getting throttled and Epstein searches getting immediately like dead-ended. No. I don't think so. I don't think so. Here, this site actually does have a comparison. It says that while Meta does collect these kinds of information under its privacy policy, it does not mention immigration status. So in that respect, at least, they are being more, you are being more surveilled by TikTok. Oh, I was wrong, actually. Extremely wrong. My understanding was that the precise geolocation language was in the prior TikTok TOS. Shows what I know, not a real TikToker. Location tracking in the older version of TikTok was for approximate location based on your IP address. Now it's precise GPS-based tracking. Neat. Yeah, but I know that's not new across the board. It was only the city or district before. Yeah, well, you can turn that off, but, you know, it's... This language is not present in the European version of the PP. PP. It would make sense, though, that there would be some pretty broad differences between the privacy policy in the US and the EU, considering they have different, parentheses, better laws concerning surveillance and ad data sales and stuff. Not the Canadian one either. Oh, so it's not just European. Well, America is terrible, so it makes sense then that we would have the worst version of the of the privacy policy. So they told everyone it was Chinese spyware, took it over, and now it's spyware. Well, it's always been spyware. Now it's just worse version of spyware. The difference being, though, that before, the spyware was only getting, like, the ads that they spied, or the information they're scraping from you with the spyware was just being sold to advertisers, but now it's probably going to go to the fucking Homeland Security investigations team. Like, China can't do anything to you. China is China. They're over there. Why not to China as well? Because we're not in China. If you're an American TikTok user, like, what does China want to do with your data? It's just a private business wanting to scrape information for data. Like, in what way does China benefit from surveilling you directly? What are they going to do? Targetedly strike you? The American government, on the other hand, is extremely capable and willing to use scraped information to justify martial crackdowns, you know? They're doing it very loudly right now. So you say, Masaiko. TikTok's not available in China? Well, of course not. That's why they have higher math score performance, right? American TikTok versus European TikTok? The idea that this is some kind of targeted power outage is fucking insane. Look at this. Oh my god. Look at that. European and American talking to each other. European says Epstein, American says Epstein. You see that? Nope. Drones are being deployed to your location. And they want me to not call these people pedophiles, honestly. Did they really think people wouldn't notice? Are they dumb? Well, as Masaigu has pointed out no less than 17 times in the past 5 minutes, Larry Ellison is an idiot and has a tendency to overcommit to his ideological bias. Remember Barry Weiss and CBS? Larry Ellison runs the Free Press and now CBS. He put Barry Weiss in charge as a czar, and she's faltering enormously. Yeah, you can come get the hoodie, love. Because she's a fucking idiot. Actually, if I remember correctly, Barry Weiss is having an all-hands-on meeting today. We'll get to that in a second. I don't understand how the most powerful people in U.S. politics also seem to be very fucking stupid. Because being powerful has nothing to do with being intelligent. There's no correlation at all there, and there never has been. Also, a lot of it isn't necessarily... like, a lot of these people live in bubbles, you know? They live in information bubbles. The only people they talk to, the only people they have access to, are people who are, like, yes men, or they affirm their biases. It's not an information environment that suits them. Yeah, little terrariums, exactly. How is Ellison so rich when he keeps driving companies in the ground? What the fuck does being good at running companies have to do with making money? Don't you know how people make money? In order to make money, you simply have money, and then you borrow more money and invest it. If you take a look at Larry Ellison's wealth over time, pretty much, at least a significant portion of it comes from his Oracle valuation. It's just financial schemes. It has nothing to do with making anything work. It's literally just Oracle. And the only reason Oracle is making so much money is because it's another one of those deep state AI surveillance companies, you know? Thank you. The white name looked so unbecoming on Masaigu. Sorry, I forgot the world we live in is fake and we live in the Matrix. Yeah. No, at any rate. Speaking of Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss lays out a new vision for CBS News. Let's see. Let's see what Israel wants us to do today. The deep state doesn't want us to play. They want us to give money to Israel. Ba-da-da-da-da. Give money to Israel. Da-da-da-da-da-da. After a rocky start, Barry Weiss plans cuts, adds commentators at CBS News. Oh, I saw this! Barry Weiss's new motley of commentators. Oh, I saw this. Weiss announced the hiring of 18 paid commentators on subjects ranging from national security to health and wellness, so like RFK Jr. types, as part of an effort to widen the aperture of the stories we tell and the voices we listen to. They include H.R. McMaster, who served as national security advisor during the first Trump admin, Rehan Salam, the president of the conservative Manhattan Institute, and the historian Niall Ferguson. She also cited several new hires who are going to produce original reports from Kyiv, London, and New York City with a social media first approach. Dude, CBS is fucking done. Oh my God. Weiss is expected to make significant cuts to the newsroom. Oh my God, they're literally turning it into a podcast content network. Holy shit. It took no time at all for the Ellisons to fucking burn CBS to the ground. Jesus Christ. It's the fucking FaZe Clan house now. Holy shit. It's becoming Rumble. In her brief tenure, Weiss has alienated much of the staff of 60 Minutes. She's hated by, like, everyone. CBS Evening News has lost over 1 million viewers since Barry Weiss' takeover. Yeah, that makes sense, considering the drooling imbecile they put in charge of the program. She's so, like, social media brained. She has no idea how to, like, again, it's a symptom of Ellison's incompetence. And Barry Weiss is genuinely very stupid. I hope you all understand this. Barry Weiss is very low IQ. She's like Elon in a lot of ways. Of her many coworkers who have hated her, no one who's worked with her likes her. The people at the New York Times in particular, the one thing they kept saying over and over is she can't read. She can't read. Like, literally, she does not read. She won't read emails. She doesn't read broadly. She doesn't know anything about anything. She just wrote op-eds. She can't read. She just does not read. She is very stupid. Why are we being conquered by retards? Because they have money and extensive connections to the American financial and military-industrial complexes. Is Barry Weiss illiterate? I'm not joking. You can read what her contemporaries at the New York Times said about her, okay? Or the people who work at CBS now. Like, yeah, it's not good. The show lost nearly a quarter of its viewership in the first 5 days of DeCopel taking over the program. Holy shit! In 5 days? No wonder she wants to turn it into a podcast network. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Guess we aren't the only ones who don't like Tony Two Cuts. Oh yeah, Tony DeCopo, also a devoted servant of Israel, converted to Judaism and got a second circumcision. Just to remind you guys how fucking weird and cult-like these people are. Everyone involved here, they're slaves of Israel, or at the very least, like that is their mission. Like it recurs over and over in their behavior. Tony Two Cuts DeCopo. How'd he do that? Do you think he has no foreskin now, even when he's soft? Even when he's 100% soft, it just looks like a little mushroom stalk. And as he becomes hard, it just gets like stiff and veiny, but it can't stretch. So it's like he's always wearing a cage. Ew, stop it. Yeah, it's really gross. It's just, oh man. Why the fuck would you make me think of this? Dude, he's the one who wrote an article bragging about getting a second circumcision, okay? They fuck up the first one? No. The first one he got just as an American, because a lot of American kids get circumcised, whether or not they're Jewish. The second one was part of his conversion. Anyway, I want to look at the list of people who are being brought onto the new CBS News. Mary Weiss, CBS new hires. Give me the list. Give me the list. Does this have a full list? No. Does this have a full list? Give me the full list. Give me the full list. Not giving it to me here. Barry Weiss to CBS News staff. Without a shift in strategy, we are toast. Listen, the people don't want the evening news, okay? What the people want is more sit-down town halls with Erica Kirk. The very first thing that I did after taking control of the network. Literally, the first thing I did after taking control of the network was put out 71 little short-form video snippets, the only kind of content I can consume, of me talking to Erica Kirk, the only consequence of which was everyone realizing Erica Kirk is an actual real-life demon. All those bits about Erica Kirk with the weird pausing and glaring into the camera and stuff, all that was from these town halls. Not all of it, but a lot of it, you know. So good at her job. Give me the full list of people she's hiring to join the podcast house. I don't want a short list. I want a full list. Here we go. All right, let's take a look at the people she's bringing on. I just want to see how many of them are being brought on only because they're devotees of Israel. That's just like, that's the reason, you know? Niall Ferguson, a conservative historian. All right, let's take a look at full list. We got it here. Let's see. British American historian, Milbank Family Senior Fellow at the Hoover Institute, Senior Fellow at Harvard University, Professor at Harvard, visiting lecturer, He holds positive views concerning the British Empire. He was knighted by King Charles III in 2024. A bi-weekly columnist at the Free Press. Supporter of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. Brilliant, brilliant. Every time. Well, we're just on person one. Now I'm looking to see how much of a devotee to Israel he is. You know, we gotta rank them on a scale. Where I'm not ranking them. Let me see. What the fuck is this? Ferguson has endorsed the work of Bat Yeor and her Eurabia conspiracy theory, providing a cover comment for her in 2005 Eurabia book, in which he stated, "No writer has done more than Bat Yeor to draw attention to the menacing character of Islamic extremism. Creepening Islamicization of a decadent Christendom." He deplored the November 2015 Paris attacks committed by Islamic State terrorists, but said he was not going to stand with the French, as he argued France was a lost cause, a declining state faced with an unstoppable Islamic wave that would sweep away everything that tried to oppose it. Jesus Christ. By the way, the reason these people, so many of these guys have always been Israel cucks from day one. That's the reason why you heard the term Judeo-Christianity so often. Nobody used Judeo-Christianity up until like the 1960s in an effort to demark this distinction to the Islamic world and to like Soviet atheism, you know? The obsession with like uniting these terms, it's all deeply in line with the Zionist agenda. So he's a big, like, Syrian refugee crisis guy. Supported the Iraq war. Brilliant, brilliant. Predicted the EU was destined to become moribund. It was a risk of collapse in the near future. Is he a COVID-19? Is he like a conspiracy theorist? Let me see. What? Around a month after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Ferguson wrote, "I conclude the U.S. intends to keep this war going. Lack of any diplomatic effort by the U.S. to secure a ceasefire." Dude, he's doing like Kremlin talking points. In the wake of the attack on Israel, Ferguson said, "I think it's clear Israel can no longer coexist with Hamas in control of Gaza. If anyone doubted that, then surely those doubts were dispelled on October the 7th with the most hideous scenes of violence against Jews since the Holocaust." He added that the issue is, can Hamas be destroyed as it should be at an acceptable cost? Ferguson has also sharply criticized accusations of genocide in Gaza, describing such claims as utterly divorced from strategic reality. He rejects plans to recognize a Palestinian state, insisting that nothing remotely resembling a Palestinian state exists today, nor is one likely to exist at any point in the foreseeable future. Palestinian Authority widely despised. Yeah, pretty much what you expect. Every single time? Yeah, every single time. Well, that's one. Hopefully they don't all have such big fucking Wikipedia articles. Patrick McGee. No Wikipedia article for this fella? We have a patrickmcgee.com. But I don't want to hear him talk about himself. Got an book, Wikipedia or Apple in China. Yeah, there's a Wikipedia article for his book, but not for him. I don't really know. Does he work for the Free Press? Yes, contributor to Weiss's Free Press. Andrew Huberman. I know this is boring. I don't know. I think that to an extent I'm trying to reassure myself that Larry Ellison and Barry Weiss are too incompetent to really destroy these institutions because everything they do is so transparent and straightforward, you know? Let's see. I look up Andrew Huberman and immediately I see the Joe Rogan podcast background. Very good. Very, very good. All right, what do we got? What do we got from this one? What do we got from this one? Andrew Huberman. Let's see. Let's see. Podcasts. COVID-19 pandemic. Appeared on Joe Rogan and Rich Roll. Social media. Lex Friedman. Another hub. According to an article in Coda, Huberman has promoted anti-sunscreen views on his podcast, saying, "I am as scared of sunscreen as I am of melanoma." Claiming that molecules in some types of sunscreen can be found in neurons 10 years later after application without any evidence. He's also expressed skepticism towards fluoridization. He's talked about the flu vaccine vaccination reducing the risk of contracting flu, but states he personally avoids getting flu vaccines since he feels he doesn't interact with enough people daily that warrants it. Okay. All right. Interesting. His promotion of unregulated health supplements has been particularly controversial. Huh. He's one of those toxins retards. Many such cases. Many such cases. Peter Attia. Why do people love Israel? It's a somewhat small nation in the Middle East. It's not about loving Israel. It's that Israel is an externalized economic, military, and political power bloc of the United States, and proclaiming fealty to Israel is a way of signaling that you're in the in-group of a broader Zionist coalition that it represents the interests of the Western economic elite. It really has nothing to do with Israel as a state or Judaism. In fact, in Israel, the rabid, genuine Jewish nationalists, like your Ben Gvir types, are largely inconvenient because their fanaticism gets in the way of using Israel as like an externalized project. October 7th was largely inconvenient for a lot of the powers that be because Israel's behavior afterwards and its optics were so fucking odious that it's made it more difficult to use Israel as that like external validator of allegiance. Hey Vosh, Trump's about to speak live any minute in Des Moines, Iowa at a rally. Fascinating. Well, you know, I'm speaking live right now from Seattle, Washington, as long as we're just sharing facts. Peter Attia. Peter Attia. Well, that's reassuring. You know a guy's going to be good when this is how he looks in his fucking Wikipedia picture. Jesus Christ. Author of Outlive, The Science and Art of Longevity. Seems fine. Seems like the kind of guy who would spend a lot of time on Joe Rogan. Not like super, super bad. I do think it's interesting, though, that, like, it seems like Barry Weiss's plan is to turn CBS into, like, I don't know, like a Joe Rogan adjacent. Almost, it's like she's trying to revive the intellectual dark web. You know what I mean? Like, oh, she tried to do this at the Free Press as well. Like, oh, CBS News isn't your grandpa's mainstream news company. This is where all the true intellectual elites, the people shunned by the mainstream, come to share their dark nuggets of wisdom. Why is Vosh such an asshole to chatters giving real news updates, lol? Because that wasn't just a news update. Telling me that a Trump rally is about to begin insistently is actually saying, hurry up with this and get to that. You know, the live Trump performance, in addition to being, it will be very boring, by the way. But additionally, like, you can just rewind to the beginning, you know? Like, watching it live isn't necessary to get the news info. It's an implied demand. I see right through you. You're nothing to me. Just keep that in mind. Fuck you. Anyway. Chef Claire de Boer. Oh my God, this is just an Instagram lady. Is this one of the, like, tradwife Instagram? Oh my God. It's one of the fucking tradwife Instagram cooks. Isn't it? Isn't it one of the, I swear I've seen her before. This food does look delicious. Yeah. I swear I've seen this before. That's so funny. I don't know if she's bad or not. I have no idea. Genuinely, I don't. It's so funny that she's going to work for CBS. I guarantee you she's going to do articles on, like, the value of the traditional home life or whatever. I like the roll neck. This is called a roll neck, guys. It's like half of a turtleneck, but the hem on the neckline does a little roll down, and it's usually really roomy. A roll neck is really good if you're sensitive to having your neck, like you feel strangled by a turtleneck. A roll neck is good for that. Fashion stream win. Every stream is a fashion stream. Anyway, yeah. Wait, hold on. Claire DeBoer has a Substack. Hold on. Is it just cooking? It looks like it's just cooking. All right. I guess this one is relatively innocuous. Physician Mark Hyman. I feel like I recognize this guy. He promotes the Pegan diet? Huh? One of the most prominent proponents of functional medicine, a controversial form of alternative medicine, no clinical evidence for its effectiveness. Medical advisor to Bill and Hillary Clinton? Okay. Co-founded Function Health, a membership-based diagnostic health platform company that offers direct consumer lab tests. That sounds like a scam. Is it real? Including ones for organ health, hormone, nutrient, metabolic, and cancer signal tests. Okay, this... I feel like this is designed to appeal to the mentally ill. Like, yeah, every month I spend $800 and get a bunch of, like, at-home lab tests to see if I have cancer or kidney disease. What are you talking about? The Pegan diet is a combination of paleo and vegan diet, so it's exclusively for lunatics. Paleo and vegan. So what? Literally all you eat is like foraged foods? Like nuts and berries and shit? Like literally that's it? No. Yes, basically? Okay. Low glycemic berries? The Pegan diet opposes refined sugar and foods that can spike insulin production. Bad diet. Okay. This seems like a relatively innocuous kind of quackery, considering what we're looking for here. I mean, like any paleo diet would include meat, wouldn't it? Caroline Chambers. Who is this person? Another cook. Another cook? Okay, I need to move through these faster. Another cook. Casey Lewis, who is a Substacker. An examination of youth culture. Man, what's with all these people who just have Substacks? It's not even like a super big Substack. It's like a link hub. I don't know how Substack works. What Gen Z wore for the first day of school. I don't want to be mean to these guys, like, for no reason, because I have no idea if they're bad or not. I guess it's more like, it really gives you an idea of what Barry Weiss is trying to focus on. Maybe in a way this, so I expected these people to be a lot more partisan from the get-go. It's possible they will become more partisan as they're brought on board as like a precondition of their paycheck. You know, once they're on that CBS Larry Ellison money, they'll, you know, you better write about Israel more often. But I think, I feel like it, I actually have less of an idea. The reason Joe Rogan has been able to seize the retard nerves in so many people's brains is because most of his content isn't about politics. Most of Joe Rogan's stuff is like easy lifestyle, like scattershot. Talk about this, talk about that, you know, human interest stuff. And every once in a while you get into politics, and that's where the retard nerves are pulled really hard. But on the way, you try to like erode people's sensibilities, their faculties of reason, by getting them used to stuff like conspiracy and sensation. This feels like a more feminized version of that kind of content, you know? Like, Barry Weiss is evil. She would not bring cooking substackers on board CBS unless she was using them as part of some evil plan. Though this does seem a little bit more indirect than I was expecting, which also kind of makes me worry a little bit. Elliot Ackerman. Worry? Well, if they learn how to be subtle, they're harder to deal with. Just a writer. What has he written in The Atlantic? Huh. Nothing on October 7th. Interesting. It looks like it really is a spread shot. Some of these people are normal too. No, that's what I mean. Like, it seems like it's not an ensemble of deep state ghouls, you know? It seems like they're trying to reel people in with honey a little bit, you know? You get me. Anyway, I know this isn't particularly good as a segment. She's Iranian opposition. I just want to see what kind. In 2019, Ahmadinejad sued the Iranian government in a U.S. federal court for harassment against her and her family. Good luck collecting on that. Well, there's nothing wrong with opposing the Iranian regime. Arthur Brooke, Free Press columnist. Roland Fire Jr., professor of economics at Harvard. Free Press columnist Coleman Hughes. Former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, Manhattan Institute President Rihan Salam. Fashion journalist Lauren Sherman. Journalist and author Derek Thompson. Well, I'm bored of this bit now. Well, I think your point about subtle propaganda is salient. Had I done research beforehand, I feel like I could have done something interesting with this, you know? But it is a little bit tiring to go through all of it one by one by one. You get me, though, right? Derek Thompson Abundance. Oh, holy shit, you're right. That Derek Thompson. Yo! Co-author of Abundance. Really, man. Working for Barry Weiss. That's fucking grim. A list of everything Ellison owns now? Yeah, I saw this. Larry Ellison owns CBS, MTV, The Free Press, BET, CMT, Simon & Schuster, Nickelodeon, Paramount Plus, Pluto TV, and yeah, quite a bit more. Yep. Super cool. Not to mention, like, TikTok, you know, because TikTok is now owned in large part by Oracle. Grim. Don't you mean TikTok's owned by Israel/the MIC? Everything's owned by Israel/the MIC. Thoughts on Ye's latest apology? I went over that last stream. I think it's pretty obvious that he is deeply mentally ill. And I don't really understand what the point is of, like, trying to hold him to account, I guess. There's just not much you can really do or say. He's obviously not a grifter, and he's obviously mentally ill. Why did he choose to publish it in the Wall Street Journal? I don't know. Maybe they were the ones who would take it? I have no idea. I've never tried to buy a full-page ad in a major newspaper. I don't know. I don't know what the procedure is. All right, what the fuck is this? I'm so sniffly. Copyrighting me, not today. Well, while we wait for him to interrupt this fuck-ass music in Iowa, I'm kind of curious about this CNN video.
It's starting to get to the point where I'm...
Maybe I won't be in like 2 seconds, but right now I am.
A little bit concerned about understanding what, like, is AI and what's not. So when I'm scrolling through my feed, I occasionally will see things that I'm like, I'm not sure which one that is. And so up until this point, I've been able to tell really, really well. But honestly, in the past week, like, even there's been a couple of videos that have come up that I've been very like, I don't know. And so that's kind of scaring me.
Welcome back to Terms of Service. I'm Claire Duffy. On this show, we've talked a lot about how AI impacts teenagers, their schoolwork, their social development. But what about their futures? When it comes to college and career planning, how are they thinking about how AI factors into that? I spoke with 3 current high school students who all had somewhat different philosophies on this, and you can hear all of those conversations in the audio version of this podcast. Here's my conversation with one of them, Lincoln Bonk, who is a high school sophomore in Georgia. Well, Lincoln, it's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too.
Remind me what grade you're in?
So I'm a sophomore in high school in Georgia.
And when did you first...
Have you seen there are multiple AI artists trending on the billboards? Yeah. No, everything is already gone. Everything is already gone everywhere. Nothing's left. It's all fake. Everything is fake.
First use AI in school? Like, what was the tool or the platform that introduced you to AI in the school setting?
So I was in honors biology last year at the beginning of my semester. So it's been about exactly a year when the teacher basically had us do an assignment, and he encouraged I believe it was AI to do research. So asking questions, prompting. I believe I used ChatGPT as my language model for prompting and asking questions. And then we may have also used image generation, but that may have been later in the class.
Cool. And have you been using AI like in your personal life outside of school at all?
Yeah, so my AI experience did not come from school at all. And I feel like that's pretty standard with a lot of kids, is they get their AI experience somewhere that's not the classroom. And so when teachers encourage AI use in the classroom, they're not really teaching us. It's more we're seeing it from our friends or through social media. And so we have a lot of background knowledge to walk into class with to use it effectively.
Got it. And how are you using it?
I saw an anime clip. I guess it's like the trailer for an anime series or whatever, where the premise was that a guy input pictures of an acquaintance from school into a program that creates an AI 3D hologram girlfriend for you. The idea being like it's a wish fulfillment fantasy, like, hey guys, AI can do this for you. It would, AI will easily allow you to, so on and so forth. It's everywhere, man. You guys were mad she said cool, but like I hope you all know that like AI use right now, it's completely saturated at every level of society, I do think that its use is going to fall off. It already has started to fall off in some corporate environments, but it's not good right now.
Personally.
So I want to go into political science. So I use AI to better understand like the different facets of an issue. I think that's like really important. It's really helpful when asking, like, I've used it for religious questions before to understand different denominations of my faith. I've searched for answers for things, used it for research projects, written things, and had it annotate my writing before. So I've used it for a lot of different things.
And mostly ChatGPT, or using other platforms too?
ChatGPT is my preferred platform. So I use AI on my mobile platform. It's like what I typically interact with AI on, but I have tried Copilot. But I really like the fact that ChatGPT has a lot of my chat history, and so it knows it can reference prior conversations, and I really appreciate the fact that it can do that.
Just going back to school, do you find that most teachers are embracing AI in the classroom? Has there been resistance to AI at school? What's your experience been like there?
So it varies between teachers.
This guy sounds like a cousin. This man is insufferable. I don't think he's being insufferable. I just think that, like, I don't know, man. It's like the kid never had a chance a little bit. AI chatbots became a thing when he was like 14 or something. Like, what? That's fucking crazy. You haven't even had a chance to develop like a coherent worldview.
So different classrooms and teachers have different policies and opinions on AI. So, for example, in a lot of my STEM courses, like math, AI is not.
That's nonsense, Vosh. I'm 20 and I never use AI. When the fuck? What is that? How is that nonsense? Did I make a statement about you? Did I say, hey, Mr. DNA in chat has been using AI as life, and now you're countering that claim of mine? What are you talking about? No one we don't care. I've never done AI. I don't even know how to use them. I've never used any of them. Give me a fucking cookie, okay? I'm not talking about your personal upstanding moral character. I'm just saying, like, the kid didn't have a chance, You have to think of these things. This is a mass technological adoption a process, right? We're talking about, in a sociological sense, odds and averages, not like any individual,
involved in the classroom very much at all. That being said, students might use it on their own time to better understand their classwork, or we actually did a character AI chat in class to better understand a play we were reading. So it varies teacher to teacher. And
I think one thing that makes it worse is that American public education is wretchedly bad. And as a consequence, a lot of these kids aren't learning anything anyway. So the difference between them succeeding with the use of AI versus, like, it doesn't feel like it's something worth putting the effort in towards, which is probably true in the first place, but yeah.
The classroom setting we're in, AI is either encouraged or not.
I'm curious both for your opinion and what you've heard from your peers. How are young people feeling about the influence that AI has in their lives right now? Are you feeling mostly positive or negative, or tell me about that?
So personally, I felt really positive up until about this point, and I have I've just seen a lot of like the really cool things it can do with like content creation. You know, as a young person on social media, I get to see like creators using that to make their videos better. But as of more recent, I've seen some of the negative impacts. It's starting to get to the point where I'm a little bit concerned about understanding what like is AI and what's not. So when I'm scrolling through my feed, I occasionally will see things that I'm like, I'm not sure which one that is.
Do we value these guys' opinion? This kid can't even talk. You people are pissing me off right now. You're demonstrating a level of social unintelligence so profound that it makes me wonder if you grew up with ChatGPT. It's a high schooler sharing his experiences. He's just a kid. We're just listening to the kid talk, and we're learning. It's an anthropological engagement. You're desperately trying to moralize. Oh, I'm better than him. You're statistically speaking, you're probably conversationally not that far off from him, okay? Just you rush to judge, and you're too busy judging to learn.
And so up until this point, I've been able to tell really, really well. But honestly, in the past week, like even there's been a couple videos that have come up that I've been very like, I don't know. And so that's kind of scaring me. And then also the social impact of like, if someone were to take like my face or a picture of me and edit it using AI, there's like a way to use AI to like create like an image of two people kissing each other. And that's just like really concerning because that impacts my daily life and social life. If that were to like, if people were to mess around too much with that.
Like I haven't heard of people using it in quite that way. So that is both interesting and concerning. I'm curious, you talked about wanting to go into politics. Has your thoughts about your future career planning or college changed at all because of AI and the way that we're seeing AI kind of disrupt the workforce at this point?
Personally, it hasn't changed what I've wanted to do. I'm pretty passionate about wanting to go into politics or business or law. And so those are like all fields I'm super, super interested in. But I understand that like the approach I might take to get into that or be successful in that has changed to having to be like tech savvy. So, for example, I know that I go into politics, I'm going to have like a general knowledge of how to use AI, make my work quicker and more efficient. And I think that's like really.
I wonder how common that perception is in young people.
I'm curious, like, are college guidance counselors or teachers at your school talking about the way that AI could impact your career in the future or the careers of students in the future?
I think what I'm seeing a lot of is that students are still wanting to do what they love to do. Like like a lot of STEM careers are like considered like maybe at risk for AI encroachment into the workplace, or even writing. I have a friend who enjoys creative writing. And so there's like some concern about how that might impact that. But I think a lot of the students who are still wanting to go into that will go into that, but they'll have to adapt to the AI features. And so remain very careful when searching these out and retain creativity because that's important. So just learn how to bring AI into what you love.
Yeah, it's cool, too, to hear you describe how you've been able to figure out how to incorporate AI. And
I think, like, I know this is what you're going to get from, like, CNN or whatever. You can't really expect much more. But there is something so ideologically, intellectually vacuous about having these kinds of podcasts when the podcast host doesn't have an opinion. I swear, I know it's different now, but like 10, 15 years ago, the standard format for a podcast was that the speaker, the person doing the podcast was some kind of subject expert. And they would bring people on who were either also experts in that field or they like, you know, in adjacent fields, or just people that they could use their knowledge to like glean stuff off of. It wasn't just like empty interviews, you know? Now, of course, it's totally different. Podcasts are, you know, totally different. Thanks, Joe Rogan. Well, he did pave the way, you know? He did light the flame. That is true. He did carry the flame. That's the phrase. Man, why did I not sleep properly? Not clear what the purpose of this whole thing is. That's true. I do kind of get that feeling. Yeah, what is the purpose of this, you know? What's the objective of asking these questions? I mean, for a lot of you, you just want to fucking yell at a 17-year-old for some reason. I don't get it. I don't get it. I guess it's easier when you're 18, you know? 18-year-olds love to fold their arms and be like, I hate kids. I got bad news for you, son. You are still a dang kid. Is Trump live yet? No, and the feed is blacked out. Well, there you go, I guess. My dad is the headmaster of a secondary school. Headmaster, so I assume you're British? One of the other schools in the area just had a made nudes of one of the female students passed around. Ooh. The boy who made it got caught and punished, but he was telling me about what the schools are trying to do to stop it, and they basically have no idea what to do. In my opinion, these are not problems that can be solved until... Okay, so I'm speaking from an American perspective. These are problems that can't be solved until we bring back expulsions and held back a year. You know, right now we refuse to ever expel or fail kids because it cuts into the federal budget, because every seat that's filled is more money in the school's pockets. That shit needs to go. We need to have infractions and discipline standards that can meaningfully be, because, like, hold on, let me see if I can try. Let me think how to phrase this. Okay. Making AI generated nudes of your high school classmate is profoundly fucked up. But young people are also profoundly fucked up because they don't have the moral center. It's like an RNG generator up here. What the fuck are they doing on any given day? What are they thinking? No one fucking knows. They're insane. They're stupid. That doesn't mean they shouldn't be punished. They should be. But we need to have real consequences. And none of these consequences really work if you're never going to fail anyone, you know? I don't think it should always mean perma-expulsion or your life is over or whatever, but there need to be, like, real consequences for antisocial behavior. Also, right now, I feel like the threat of being held back doesn't even hit as hard because a lot of people don't even seem to think school matters. There's no collective faith in the validity of the educational institutions. So, as a consequence, like... Okay, so you get held back, you know, whatever. I don't know, whatever, man. It's fucked up. I'm going to make my money off crypto anyway. Like, oh, okay. I guess so. Whatever, man. I'll just be a rich streamer. And then you know what? Then he does. That's the fucked up thing. He's like, I don't give a fuck if I get held back for making nudes of my fucking underage classmate. I'm just going to crypto and streaming, baby. And then he goes #1 on Twitch. To be fair, Vosh, getting held back isn't that terrible. I got held back 2 years because of depression, and I'm fine. You're not fine. You're getting mad at 17-year-olds being interviewed on a CNN podcast. I'm saying that their use of AI was a consequence of material forces outside their control, and you were trying to compete with them. You're not fine. I got held back in kindergarten because I would have been 4. Yeah, well, you know what? I skipped a grade. So if we're all laying our dicks out on the table, I guess Trump's dead. He's never going out there in Iowa.
I will tell you this, brother.
What?
You know, I will tell you this. You raise your voice, I raise your voice.
If I raise my voice, you'll erase my...
Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Are you serious? You said if I raise...
God, that's so fucking cringe. You know he was practicing this in this goddamn Mexican ICE agent. If I point the deporting stick outwards, then it doesn't turn towards me, ass. I'm one of the good ones, ass. Looking in the mirror with his fucking thumbs hooked in his belt loops. I was about to belt out quite an accent there. I don't know if now is the time for my Speedy Gonzalez impression. If you Jesus Christ.
My voice,
Senor.
You'll erase my voice?
And he's like defending it indignantly, him like practicing it in front of the mirror. Oh my god.
I will tell you this, brother.
What?
You know? I will tell you this. You raise your voice?
Dude. It's not racism, okay? I grew up in LA. I fucking love Mexican influence in America, all right? It's like, you're fucking ICE, dog. What are you doing? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. It's so embarrassing. What, like, do you not recognize the fucking incongruence here, or the innate absurdity of you like tackling a white guy in Minnesota and going, listen, Holmes, and then it's you. Why are you contributing to this? If you raise your voice, I'm going to erase your voice. I'm sorry. I'm too like locked in on the like racial comedy to like care about him saying he'll like kill you if you yell at him, basically. Oh my god. Right-wing black and Latin people are so embarrassing. I don't think there are enough right-wing Latin people that I don't think it's really come home to roost, but I know that, like, for the most part, right-wing African Americans are, like, fucking disavowed by their family, you know? Like, they're miserable. I really hope we get that future for these people, too, you know? Like, the ICE gets disbanded, they don't get their $50,000 extra bonus in 2031 or whatever the fuck. They go back home, and everyone in the neighborhood has heard that you worked for ICE, and they're all death glaring you. Why are there so many right-wing Hispanics? They're pygmies. They are the descendants of Mexicans who immigrated here, legally or otherwise, who think that illegal immigrants make them look bad. They're basically, their bet is like, people treat me worse because the illegal immigrants exist. So if I contribute to the deportation of those guys, I'll like be one of the good ones, basically. Come now, minorities are fully capable of being evil. We need to move past that they're all pick-me's talking point. Whoa, 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 whoa. The fact that they're pick-me's does not make them even a little bit less evil. Every ICE agent is operating out of some like matrix of evil, self-interest, whatever else. Like all of it is like easily on the same level, if anything more, because like you've had all of these neighborhood opportunities for empathy that you never developed, you know? I don't know. Saw somebody doing an incredible bit describing this. Oh, yeah. The second Trump administration can be roughly described as a coalition of non-whites and barely whites, Italians, etc., perpetuating race war against heritage Americans, liberal Anglos and Germans. Dude, it sounds like a joke, but it's literally true. It's like a broad multinational coalition of people browner than me who want to get rid of Anglo-liberal white women living in New England. That is the hardest line right there. Because if you go to like fucking Vermont or Massachusetts or whatever, like this is like the actual heart of heritage Americans racially. If you want to go to any community in America that it could trace the ethnicity of their family back to the fucking, Mayflower or whatever, that's where you would go. Yeah, Boston. Yeesh. There was a study on this subject done in Sweden that focused on ultra-nationalist first-generation Middle Eastern/Persian immigrants who are deeply insecure. Yeah. It's like this all over the world, Some of the most aggressive anti-immigration people in Germany are Turks. They're like first or second generation Turkish expats who are militantly pro-Erdogan, even though Erdogan has made Turkey too shitty for them to want to live in. It's like this with everyone. It's everyone, Like some of the most reactionary capitalist realist people in America are super poor, right? Like you have that weird like reverse bell curve where on the low end of the economic and educational and IQ spectrum, you've fucking people in Appalachia who are like, no, government shouldn't give you shit. You should work for what you deserve. Meanwhile, the guy works 12-hour days and lives in a rundown shack. And then you get the education, you have like a middle income, you start making six figures and you're like, no, we need a socialist utopia. Like I personally will lead the vanguard, You get Will Stancil types, right? Commissar Stancil, beating out the Einskropenführer, Greg CZAR, and Greg Bovino, sorry. And then like on the far side, of course, you have the wealthy people, right? Who are evil, very evil. I agree with you, but you're flirting with the line. Flirting with what line? Are you behind on stream? Were you reacting to my A Holmes bit? Was that what am I towing the line on right now? So you're saying if everyone was Aryan, we wouldn't have any problems? No, what I'm saying, I guess, is that reactionary sentiment is portioned in society based on a wide range of social factors, and that however it is allocated, it's a lot more unintuitive than people think. Even if you had a perfect, like, all white, all Aryan, whatever society, you would then, those people, the, like, revanchists and the reactionaries, would start killing each other over eye color or hair color. I know, Vash, I was joking. Just look at South Korea. Dude, unironically, like right-wing Japanese are really, really concerned about Korean and Chinese influence in Japan. Now, to an American, right, we might not recognize the great ethnic divide between Chinese, Korean, and Japanese people because they're all East Asian. Like we know, oh, well, the characters look different or whatever, but it's not like a big deal to us. They're all just Asian. To Japanese right-wingers, I promise you, the difference is very, very, very important. Koreans, likewise, Chinese have their own, they do intra-Han, dude, the Nazis killed Slavs. They mass slaughtered blonde-haired, blue-eyed Polish Slavs who looked indistinguishable from the Germans. It's always stupid. It's always been stupid. I just think it's funny that right now the line is set such that you have people named Isabella Maria de Luca who are celebrating, like, yeah, heritage Americans who great something parents came in on the Mayflower, like as if De Luca over here wouldn't have been slumming it up in the Queens with black people circa 1923, right? Racism is profoundly stupid. That is true.
Why are you asking me for my paperwork? Because of your accent. You have an accent too. Where were you born, sir? Where were you born at? Put your hands behind your back.
Ramon Monero was detained by U.S. Border Patrol agents outside his home in a Minneapolis suburb after an agent questioned whether he was a citizen because of his accent.
I'm from this.
Hey, you're Mexican. You're Mexican. You're under arrest.
Country. You know what, sir? Now talking to you, hearing that you have an accent, I have reason to believe that you are not born of this country. So you just made an accent? What country are you from?
According to Monera, agents took a photo of him and searched a system that indicated he's been a U.S. citizen since 2019. They also checked his U.S. passport card, which he keeps in his wallet, before letting him go. Monera, who was born in Mexico and obtained a U.S. passport in 2021, was detained in front of his 5-year-old daughter.
Well, she was shaking when I got in the home, and she's like, "Are you okay? That we're gonna take you? I don't want to lose you." And I'm like, "You're not gonna lose me." Even though I'm a citizen, I'm still afraid because they don't care if you're a citizen or not.
This is why ICE deployment failed in Los Angeles, but they were willing to commit to it in Minnesota. It's because they didn't want to have any more of these embarrassing Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man moments, you know? We have to send ICE over to the least Mexican state in the union. It's the only way.
And especially because I know I have a really strong accent speaking English. I know I can be a target because that's who are they targeting, just because our appearance and because of our accent.
CNN has contacted the Department of Homeland Security for comment on the incident.
I'm sorry, it really is awful. It's just, I don't know. Laugh or cry? I guess if my country needed to be torn apart by racist thugs, I would rather it be funny than not funny. Like, if that was a choice that I could make, I would toggle the switch, you know. Don't you think it would be a lot more unfunny if all the ICE agents were like 6'3", blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Giga Chad Aryan super soldiers who exclusively brutalized black and brown people? There wouldn't be any joke there. Like, that'd be completely unfunny. They wish? Yeah, they do. Oh, yeah. What was that? Fuck. Was it the Mr. Obvious account? That foreigner, that like Filipino who posts like he's white? No, he was like, I'm half Filipino, half Spanish. I have the blood of conquerors running through my genes. The stars call to me. I don't know, nothing. There's just a lot of Latin pick-me's. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Latin racial politics, man. How the fuck is that one going to get titled? Trump is waging a war on white people? I don't know. Racism is so fucking funny / stupid. We're just gonna... It's not gonna be the working title. Are you talking about this guy? No, not this one. This is a different one. But I could understand how you would get them confused, considering that there are literally, like, millions of brown people like this. Oh, yeah, there we go. Average ICE agent. I'm half Filipino, half Mexican. I have Spanish blood on both sides, including my name. I can hear the calls for expansion, conquest, the stars, and war in my blood. I'm built different. Anime girl. Average ICE agent. Chills. All right, we need to move on from this, man. Scrolling up was his cringe anime villain speech with a space marine. I don't want to read this, man. Dude, this genre of right cope post is so old hack, it's genuinely boring to laugh at now. all of the "you have no idea what's coming." We do know what's coming. It's been happening for a year and it fucking sucks. It's gay and lame. We've all been watching the ICE agents shit their pants and slip on ice over in Minneapolis. We know what this looks like. You can't keep doing the "they have no idea what comes next" bit when we're in and it's lame. You have to do it before this shit happens. All right. What is this? Somebody said Trump said something interesting, but it was broadcast on Fox Live, and in the preview pass to their live broadcast has expired. So let's see if they have any clips from a sin. It looks like we do.
Literally, it just shows how hard it is to clean up, even after you close it. It shows the price that we paid under Joe Biden.
It's the hardest thing when you think of it. You know, inflation we've solved. It's done. We have it good. Where prices are coming way down. They were just saying in Iowa the fuel is $1.95. Did you hear that? Somebody said $1.85, but it was $3.50, $4.50 just a year and a half ago.
He's so fucking funny, dude. Remember, he believes this is true. Further evidence to the point that Donald Trump can't lie is that once he saw the murders of Renee Good and Alex Pretty, he was like, "Ooh, that's not good. I don't like that. My tummy hurts." You know? He relies entirely on what he's told by the stooges around him, and as soon as his, he encounters like a counterfactual, he either rejects it outright, or if he can't reject it outright, he's like, "Oof," and immediately changes his mind.
You look at eggs, you look at groceries, it's all down. Everything's come down. Do you notice they don't mention affordability anymore? That's like an old-fashioned word. They good here. But you have to understand, when I watch some of the people that I've been watching over the last few weeks, these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid agitators. These people aren't normal, like, OG, that, you know, they're incensed about anything. How do you get incensed when you go into a state and you're taking criminals out? You're taking monsters out, murderers. You know, we had 11,800.
Guarantee you he got OG from JD Vance. 100%. 100%.
188 murderers let into our country by other countries, by Biden with his open border stupid policy. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You talk about bad policy. Open borders where people were coming, so the whole world, the Congo, Venezuela, all over the world, they're letting people in from their prisons and they're feeding them into the United States. And they're murderers and they're drug dealers and they're everything else you can think of, every bad name you can think of. And they let them in by the millions. We closed the border. You know, we have nobody coming.
Boring and pretty much what you would expect.
And now it's got very little crime.
But it's gone very differently in Minneapolis.
Well, it has. It's the only place.
And now the message is out that Tom Homan is in.
Yeah.
Commander Bovino is supposedly leaving Minneapolis along with some CBP agents. Is this a pullback?
I don't think it's a pullback. It's a little bit of a change. Everybody in this room that has a business, you know, you make little changes. You know, Bovino is very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of a guy. And in some cases that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here. But you have to understand.
God, that's fun. This is the closest we'll ever get to an admission of fault here. He is literally a medieval monarch. It's almost comical if it wasn't current. Yeah, this is the closest we've ever gotten to this in the modern age. Just a completely mentally out there, unhinged, no holds barred monarch with water in his brain. It's beautiful in a way.
And, you know, the daughter was, she was, I don't know if you could say radicalized, maybe not. I don't know. But I hate to see it. I hate to see that.
Yeah, see? He can only say stuff he thinks is true. He saw the murder of Renee Good, and he was like, "Oh, oof, I don't know about that one. That looks pretty bad, actually." He doesn't have this like ideological interest in blood and fire, you know? He just doesn't. He likes TV, and that was bad TV.
It's pretty unusual, but nobody knows when they saw the gun, how they saw the gun, everything else. Bottom line, it was terrible. Both of them were terrible. The other was terrible, too. And I'm not sure about his parents, but I know her parents were big Trump fans. Makes me feel bad anyway. But, I mean, I guess you could say even worse. They were tremendous Trump people, Trump fans. And, you know, the daughter was, she was, I don't know if you could say radicalized.
Just an incentive for all of you guys watching this right now. But if you go out there onto the streets of Minneapolis and you fight under Commissar Stancil for the freedom of America, if you ever a lawful protest, obviously, but if you ever fell to you know, an illegal act of violence by an ICE agent, this is how I would talk about you, give or take. I'd be like, oh, it was very sad, especially because, you know, they were a viewer. Yes, they had a orange name. It could have been a yellow name, but it was an orange name. Orange name's still pretty good, you know, could have been a yellow.
Maybe radicalized, maybe not. I don't know. But I hate to see it. I hate to see that.
You bring up the term.
It's pretty unusual.
It's crazy if Trump let himself get conscripted in Vietnam, he might have the stomach for slaughter. I disagree. I think that if Trump had gone to Vietnam, he would have burned out on all of this. His whole like worldview is sustained by having always been away from the front of the fight. Always people have to keep information from him, you know? I think that I don't think he could have mentally handled the Vietnam War. I think the horrors of the war probably would have made him go like, yeah, I'm just going to be like a rich son. Or whatever, you know, his whole worldview is based on him being like the most privileged, cushy, bottomed guy in the world.
And the entire country is talking about what happened this past weekend in Minnesota. You've already spoken about it. Everyone watching has seen the video. Everyone has an opinion. I'm curious what you thought when you first saw that video.
Well, I think the whole thing is terrible. I don't like the fact that he was carrying a gun that was fully loaded, and he had 2 magazines with him, and it's pretty unusual. But nobody knows when they saw the gun, how they saw the gun, everything.
And the entire country is talking about what happened.
Hates guns.
I would have to imagine that guardrails would be an understatement of what would happen should you lose the House or the Senate. There's been talk of impeachment. You've been through this before.
Yeah.
You've been through it multiple times.
I'm a professional.
What will happen? What will happen if Democrats take the House or the Senate?
They'll probably try and impeach me. They'll say he went to Iowa and he spoke unfairly to people, and he's not supposed to do that. Let's impeach him, okay? And the people in Iowa would say, how did he get impeached? He just did an interview with Will, who has very good ratings, okay? But they just did an interview with Will. Now, they'll find something. There'll be something, I made the wrong turn at an exit, and let's impeach him. Now, they did that before. They impeached me on a perfect phone call. Turned out they impeached me twice. And by the way, I won the impeachments very easily and quickly.
That's true.
But they impeach. They're very nasty people. You know, they have bad policy, really bad, but they do 2 things. They stick together, not stupid. Some are, because, you know, that's true with everything, right? But they stick together, but they have really bad policy.
I want to come back to Minnesota in just one moment, but let's go to those guardrails. I'd imagine you do not feel like you need guardrails in this moment. You talk about the investment.
No, I don't need guardrails. I don't want guardrails. Guardrails would hurt us because, you know, we're free enterprise people. The people in this room, the people of Iowa, are free enterprise. That's why we want it so big 3 times in a row.
I would have to imagine that guardrails would be an under.
You will.
I want to come back to Minnesota in just one moment, but let's go.
Crime numbers, so they had good crime numbers, believe it or not. And that's all working out. You know, we have Tom Homan there now. We put him in there. He's great. And they met with the governor, the mayor, everybody else, and we'll...
Thinking about it, isn't it kind of weird how anti-gun Trump actually is? Nah, he's a fucking New Yorker. He's never been a gun guy. Never been a gun guy. Not even once. He's just never cared. Like so many other issues. Like, okay, in most ways, Trump has remained ideologically the same New York Democrat that he has always been his entire life. The whole shift over the past 10 years has just been a way of transferring his personal narcissism and megalomania into a project where fascists can mold his talking points and see themselves reflected in him, and he plays into that because it gets the applause. But he's just never cared about guns. He's never cared about guns.
we're going to de-escalate a little bit, but I will. One number that's bad? Can you tell? Is there one number that's bad? There's not one.
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Preddy is a domestic terrorist or an assassin?
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But hey, look, bottom line, everybody in this room, we view that as a very unfortunate incident, okay? Right.
They are really throwing Stephen Miller, J.D. Vance, and Kristi Noem under the bus.
Everyone, unless you're a stupid person, very, very unfortunate.
It's really, really, really bad messaging. He's like focusing on the wrong things here, right? He's basically saying the statements made by my officials on him being a domestic terrorist or an assassin are wrong. My problem is that I don't really like guns, which is like wildly bad if you're trying to appeal to Republicans. You know what I mean? It's like you should be doubling down on the cruelty, not on the anti-Second Amendment stuff. He's doing the opposite.
I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite
the way when he's done this like a dozen times now. When he says he doesn't like that the guy had a gun, he's not saying like I didn't like the fact that he brought a gun, to a protest or anything. Like he's not couching it in some kind of specific criticism of, oh, you were menacing police or threatening police. It's just, I don't like guns, right? Soup Brain? Well, it's honest. He doesn't like guns.
That, I say that's a very unfortunate.
Maybe he thinks the context is implied. I don't think he thinks that much, to be honest with you. But he's been doing it a lot. You can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns. It's a very unfortunate thing. You know, I don't know. It just, to me, it comes across like he's really not couching his language.
President, some of your own administration officials have labeled Alex Preddy.
By the way, this is ABC fake news, this one. She hasn't asked me a good question in years. I think a nice woman, but I don't really like her too much. Go ahead. What did you say?
Some of your own officials have labeled Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist. This is ABC fake news. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Trump might not actually know that Miller said this. Like, why would he? It's not like Trump browses Twitter, you know? He's only exposed to the information people want him to be exposed to. His, like, inner circle. He might actually not know. It's what it makes me think is that everyone around him is trying to do this pivot quietly. Like, they're all trying, like, oh, shit, Trump actually doesn't like it this much. Trump doesn't actually want infinite death. Trump does not approve of his chud son going haywire in the Twin Cities, you know? And they're all trying to like quietly reorient around him a little bit. That is so interesting. It really is a medieval court, for sure, for sure.
Clearly, your base is with you, strong and supportive. They're very
stronger than. By the way, our base is with us. I think they're the best poll numbers. The real poll numbers. I think we have the best poll numbers we've ever had. But think of it. If I were to run again, would anybody be happy? So we have the best poll numbers we've ever had. Thank you all very much.
See the dollar's value decline more. Would that be helpful?
No, I'd want it to be just seek its own level, which is the fair thing to do. You could have it, I could have it go up or go down like a yo-yo. I'll give you an example. Unemployment. I could create the greatest unemployment numbers or employment numbers ever. All I have to do is hire 3 million people and put them into the federal government, and you have 10 people, you know, for one job, right?
That's right.
And what we've done is we've cut the federal employees and they've gone to the private.
You know, one of the biggest bits of economic misinformation I remember hearing when I was younger, and it was perpetuated by liberals, not by conservatives, was that job numbers don't count if it's government hiring. Why the fuck not? What? They aren't getting employed? They aren't getting paychecks? Work isn't being done? If you employ 1 million people to do like renovation work or fix our roads or highways, how is that fake just because the money is being run through the federal? That's completely fake. What with the idea that jobs are only real and economically important if they're private sector jobs is insane. But I remember hearing that from the liberal econ types, which like, what the fuck? You know?
Sector. But if I wanted, I could hire 1 million people tomorrow, put them in the federal government, and she'd be writing a story. Unbelievable employment. Unbelievable employment. But we have great unemployment numbers.
Yeah.
I think they're great. Is there one number that's bad? Can you tell? Is there one number that's bad? There's not one.
Do you agree with
Would you like to see the dollar's value decline more?
He's gonna backhand that child. Yeah, he kept looking like he was swinging around there. The dollar. If you
He does diners here today. David Ullman, he's lived in Iowa for a long time. He's in agriculture. He does express concern about the tariffs and the effect it's had on farmers in Iowa.
Well, it's going to be don't forget, they just kicked in. And it's going to, and we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. And we've kept a lot of people out that want to come in and rip off for years, it was in the reverse. China would charge us tariffs.
You know what I wish? I wish the fact that Trump promised everyone tariff rebate checks that are never, ever going to happen would have the same kinds of consequences for him that Biden suffered for, like, being misrepresentative with the second COVID check, where he said it was going to be a $2,000 stimulus check, but that it ended up being $600 to make up for a total of $2,000 plus the $1,400 under Trump, which was also stupid, by the way. If you say $2,000, people expect a new $2,000 check. Obviously, that was dumb and dishonest. But you know, Trump promised a $5,000 check from tariff rebates, and that shit has not happened.
Countries would charge us.
Nor will it.
I've totally reversed it. Japan gave us $550 billion. South Korea is supposed to give us $350 billion.
Supposed to, huh? Anyway, I don't know. Watching Trump speak about this publicly, the main thing I'm thinking, the main thing going through my head is that they're all quietly trying to avoid having the finger pointed at them. Breaking Axios. Kristi Noem's language that Alex Preddy wanted to massacre federal agents was dictated to Noem and her department by the man most responsible for the controversial operation, Stephen Miller. Who is backing him, man? Genuinely, Miller is the biggest vulnerability in the administration, easily, because he's very active and outspoken. He's not like Pam Bondi, where he's just like hoping to not be noticed or whatever. But unlike J.D. Vance, who has ties to like Silicon Valley, and Marco Rubio, who's like a competent, you know, kind of neoconservative style fascist, Stephen Miller is outrageous. And like, where is he getting his backing from? You know, I just feel like he's a really big vulnerability. He's not the most loyal guy to Trump. You know, he's not like Susie Wiles or whatever. He's not like a super, super, super close confidant. I don't know. I don't know. And the fact that he's gotten, how many times do I have to do this? I keep entering my email and then not confirming my new account or subscription or whatever. There. My guess is big money interests. I don't think that's true, though. The big money interest would be centered behind J.D. Vance, who's the next in line, basically, or behind Marco Rubio. Israel? I don't think so. Miller might be able to like bite his tongue when it comes to Israel, but the people he represents are not militantly Zionist. Isn't it one of Trump's kids that likes him? Yeah, probably. I think he's basically running on inertia from the first admin. The only assumption I have is that he is doing some phenomenal groundwork behind the scenes. Like every day. Remember in that one press conference where a reporter alerted Trump to the fact that the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 against him, and Miller quickly responded saying, "No, they didn't." It gives me the feeling that Miller is probably like, he must just be good at holding his seat, you know? He's like a vizier. But that can only go so far. Miller is probably backed by Thiel. Yeah, but you don't need Miller and JD Vance from his perspective. Wormtongue, yeah. The idea of Noam being mad at him for like directing her to do something the administration would actually pivot away from is really funny. Some White House officials had signed off on the statement, but others had not, leaving them frustrated. Noam on Monday night had a 2-hour meeting in the White House with Trump to discuss the matter. She's a loyal person and she wanted her voice heard, one source said. She made sure to convey her loyalty. Fuck, man. It's so bad in there, dude. Trump, in a brief like info break, under Stephen Miller's direction, ICE does something bad enough that Trump catches wind of it and actually like clearly does not like it. And Noam has to spend 2 hours kissing the ring. I wonder if she sold Stephen Miller out. Oh my God. It's like fucking Jesus. It's crazy in there, dude. They're not even like an administration. They're just like a group of grifters, neo-Nazis, and religious freaks all trying to like cling like little bits of power and hoard it for themselves. When did Noam feud with Homan? The acrimony is so deep between Trump's border czar and his Homeland Security Secretary, the two officials barely speak or meet with each other. Huh, I think I remember this. Wait, what's the relationship between Tom Homan and Miller? Because I guarantee you Miller gets along with Bovino. What's Homan's actual position? Border czar. The Biden admin was so tight-lipped it's crazy. Yeah, it's you really get a feel for why journalists love Trump and his admin so much, because it's the leakiest fucking faucet in the world. It was so tough to get anything out of the Biden admin. We know Miller knows how to communicate to Trump, poster boards with circles and whatnot, and that his input is sought on basically every issue. Yeah, it's just like, I just want to know how much of Miller's baffling influence and longevity within the inner circle is being propped up from outside, and how much of it is being maintained through his own competence. That's what I'm curious about. Oh, I'm so curious.
And joining us tonight for tonight.
Sorry, Fox News always autoplays. ICE leadership shakeup exposes growing DHS friction over deportation tactics. Yeah, this was before Minnesota. Is Miller connected to Steve Bannon? Then is there an Epstein tie? Dog. Stephen Miller was like 20 when Epstein was active. Sorry for being quiet. I'm really just trying to think about it. I don't know. God, he's ugly. I saw this. I saw Ted Cruz trashing Trump. Trump's response, according to Cruz, fuck you, Ted. Yeah. Trump was in a bad mood. Why was Trump in a bad mood? When was this? During 2 meetings last year. Okay, so this is older information. During his talks, Cruz cast Vance as a pawn of conservative podcaster Tucker Carlson. Cruz has accused Carlson of promoting anti-Semitism and an anti-Israel foreign policy in their well-publicized spats. Brilliant. Ted Cruz levels with the administration on some real talk, and his primary criticism is that J.D. Vance isn't pro-Israel enough. All right. The White House is in turmoil over Trump's change of heart. Or some other such thing. I'm so fucking tired today. I don't know why. Tired of this shit. Tired of my door being open. Say what you want about Wikipedia. There's like 240 citations for it. Citations for what? For the article on Stephen Miller? Sure. Of what relevance is that? On his history? Okay. Yes? I think Wikipedia is fine. Are you still interested in covering the Mark Carney Devos speech in full? No. No. My mind has moved on. It's a lot probably boring content. Well, I mean, most of his Wikipedia article is him is dedicated to him being evil his whole life. Like on every issue, in every context, all the time, always evil, no breaks, you know? So it just gets a little tedious after a while, I suppose. Miller is a controversial and widely disliked figure of the Trump administration, and YouGov polling finds only 17% of respondents have a positive impression of him. Great. Stancil's already going after Tom Homan. Yes! Tom Homan says, we're going to create a database for those people that are arrested for interference, impeding, and assault. We're going to make them famous. We're going to put their face on TV. We're going to let their employers in their neighborhoods and their schools know who these people are. I love the idea that it would be socially damaging in some way to be doxxed as an anti-ICE protester in Minneapolis. Like, oh yeah, people are going to disown you over that. Hey, Borders are Tom Cavahoman. You know my name, you know where I live because your agents tailed me home twice. I spent 5 hours today following them and we'll spend 5 hours tomorrow. Come put me on TV so I can tell the whole world what I've seen you do to my neighbors. God, he's so fucking based. You don't follow him? I don't have a Blue Sky account. Or if I do, I don't remember the information. Dude, my brain is swimming in molasses today. I need to read donos and dip. You're getting nothing from me today. You're squeezing blood from a stone. I also have the brain fog. That's good. Vorxius, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Lumpen Prullet, thank you for the very kind tier 3 sub as well. Greetings to Deutschland. Thank you. What? Getting tickled by a mustache hair. I think that's a cat hair, actually. Thank you. Really appreciate that. SamFan155, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Dawn Marionette, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I watched Dean and Parker debate recently, and you're so fucking right about understanding hypotheticals being a reliable IQ cutoff. Right-wingers are so unbelievably stupid. Yep. They really are the worst of us. As many have said, we are letting the worst of us kill the best of us. Smelanie, thank you for the $5. Here's Leo in his first bath. Excellent. Brain. Splendid. It's not about them being stupid. A lot of the time it's grift or surrender of political agency when you accept the truth. To an extent, but again, like intelligence and rationality are processes. You have to engage in them. There's muscles that you have to exercise to be able to use them well. Whether it's deliberate or not, you know, conservatism at best demands none of your faculties of reason, and at worst demands you actively fight them. And as a consequence, the more you are an active conservative, the stupider you get. It legitimately rots your brain, you know? Your IQ goes down. So noted, my love. Sake, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. Banjo Recompiled is out. The fans did a rare job when AAA wouldn't. Hey, nice. It's a PC port.
Yo.
That's so fucking cool. That's so fucking cool. Man, what a good ass game. I did play this recently on stream. Zotaku, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Happy to provide years of infotainment. Congratulations on escaping Texas for NYC as a trans girl. What an improvement. Rotag, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. I'm afraid your link doesn't work, my friend. Would it work if I did this? Yes, it would. Nazis had a point. I'm Luna Boy. Nazis had a point. So fucking true. That's a classic. It is. It is. Whatever happened to them, man? Whatever happened to Non-Compete and Luna Oi after they defended Nazism at me? That was pretty fucked up of them. Wars Thandler and Mike's Kerman, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I really appreciate that. About AI, you used to say things like cancer search AI is all right. Did that change? I really don't think there's that much of an overlap technologically or in practical use between generative AI online, like using it to guide the behavior of bots or whatever, ChatGPT, chatbots, generative images. I don't really think there's an overlap between that and like very specialized, very specific AI models for detecting breast cancer or whatever else, right? Like you could very, very, very easily design policy that would make exceptions for stuff like that because there's just not much of a, you know, blurry use, I think. In my opinion. Porpy, thank you for the $5. Hey Vosh, do handheld consoles ever pique your interest, like the Steam Deck, Legion Go, etc., or do you think they're just overpriced slot machines? The problem for me with handheld consoles is that I really just don't leave the house that much. If I had a long commute on a train or something, then maybe I would want, you know, I would want like a Switch Deck or something. But if I want to play games, I'm usually at home. You know, I can just play it on my computer. I do love the idea of handheld consoles, so I'm not at all opposed to them. Prometheus RS, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Vosh, I just wanted to thank you for pulling me out of the depths of right-wing bullshit. Hey! You made me a better, happier, more fulfilled person. Much love. I really appreciate that. Very, very much my pleasure. Thank you very, very much. And happy to help. Dream Canoe, thank you for the gifted tier 2 sub. Chatter Japan Ayaya, thank you for Japanifying Masaigu. Giraffa, thank you for the $5. Maybe Trump keeps Miller around because he reminds him of Roy Cohn. You're right, they do kind of look similar. They have that they both have that like dead-eyed fish face thing going on, you know? Maybe he thinks he is Roy Cohn. No thoughts behind those eyes, only hatred. Yeah, no, he was not a great guy. Wait, is he still alive? No, he's dead. Yeah. Dress better than you people do, though. Sorry. Schnarvok, thank you for the $10. Local political drama. From Birmingham. Birmingham! You can't keep my name out of your mouth. Listen to fiery call between Birmingham mayor and Jeffco commissioner. What the fuck is this? Oi! Do you have a license for my name being in your mouth? Oi!
I tell them, I found out like the public found out. However, so if you want me to support her, I want you to know, like this can be your share of people that I put her in a race.
Yep, this is awful to listen to. 6-minute recorded phone call. Accusations, political threats, long simmering personal animosity between the veteran leaders. Call was made in October. Huh. Well, that's fun. We don't get that much of this here in America, I'm afraid. I don't think there are any Democrats who would have the stones to call up a Republican and just be like openly antagonistic towards them. Birmingham. Ed Gams with a very kind $100. $100! Thank you very, very much. Hey, sorry it's not fashion time right now. Just sending this now before I forget. What do you think about bags? Just bags in general? Like any kind of bag? Oh, I saw this video. This one's a banger. Hold on. What can I wear that looks cooler than a backpack? Give me some ideas.
So you're ready to give up?
Is Vosh just ignoring that it's Alabama? It's Birmingham, Alabama, dumbass. Oh, that's why they had 2 black people. I'm sorry. I'm super, super, super tired for some reason. Is there a Birmingham, UK? There is. Okay. Thank God. Thank God. Okay. Just making sure my brain hasn't liquefied to that state. Okay. 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 Whew. All right. All right. Okay. Are you stupid? Yes. I keep telling you guys.
So you're ready to give up the backpack. Welcome. Option 1, the large handbag. Perhaps the most ideal bag for any man for any occasion. Nothing says a man's bag more than a bag that literally inflicts the most strain on your arms with no other alternative for carry. At the end of your commute, you'll still look stylish and have the sickest pump. Can we make the bags bigger, please?
God damn, this looks good. Look at that, man. God damn. High-waisted, boot cut. Lovely belt, lovely purse, lovely scarf.
Bigger? Yes, bigger. Thank you. Ah, that's more like it. Option 2, the tote bag. Though for many, the tote bag is a signifier of a performative male, avid coffee drinkers, veganism, this, and Jacob Elordi pre-Bottega Veneta art. However, its versatility in design and general affordability make it a formidable bag choice. Option 3, the crossbody. Another kind of...
I feel like the bag feminizes him too much. I'm not hating you here. I just want you to know, I guarantee you this fit is more masculine than whatever you're wearing. Guys today will wear like skinny fit tees that are estrogenizing them with their microplastics so much that they start to lactate through the fucking 98% polyester fiber count. And then they'll be like, oh, those high-waisted jeans? I don't know. This looks fantastic.
Thank you. Named.
I'm sorry, that was too much.
Derived from how it's wielded, the crossbody is really just any bag that goes across the body. Another variation of the crossbody bag is called the sling bag. And it's called a sling bag because you sling it. Can I stop now? You can never stop. Option 4, the shoulder bag. Perhaps the most unisex form of bag, the shoulder bag comes in many variations. You've got the impolitely named hobo bag, you've got the bucket bag, you've got the classic messenger, which is most men's evolution after the backpack. Number 5, what the hell? Where's the... Oh, number 5, the duffel bag. So used mainly for travel or the gym, the duffel bag could be the appropriate bag for you based on the size of your load. I mean, the duffel bag could be the right bag for you based on the size of your package.
All right,
Jesus
you goofball.
Christ.
All right, you goofball.
Option 6, the clutch. Now, likely to be the most unlikely for most men, the clutch does offer the least amount of space, but the maximum amount of style. Now, if you're a man, it's totally okay if some of these styles don't feel masculine enough. After all, you're a man. You probably want that. It's crucial to remember that a lot of things in fashion float along a spectrum, all right? But the most important thing is that it's just a bag. It's meant to hold your load. It's meant to hold your package. It's meant to hold your balls, okay? It's meant to hold your, it's material, and it's meant to help you.
The problem is that, like, backpacks are objectively the best kind of bag you can carry. In terms of, like, weight distribution, posture, everything, nothing beats a backpack. Does Wisdom Kai have any videos on good backpacks? Backpacks can look good with streetwear, but unfortunately, for a lot of styles, backpacks are pretty incongruous. Streetwear, gorpcore, techwear, anything that looks like the style was invented after the 1980s. Anything that looks youthful. Glorpcore? No, gorpcore. I don't know. I like bags. It's just like if you're carrying stuff any kind of distance, it's so much more convenient to have it on your back. Dye Workwear backpacks. I think, yeah, Dye Workwear did one on this. with some like backpack suggestions. Technical backpack, stuff that have more like military inspiration, but a backpack is always going to look rugged. You know, a backpack is just innately a rugged way of carrying stuff around. The reason why we tend to associate we tend to associate handbags and stuff or suitcases more with suits is because you can't wear a backpack over a suit. The canvased torso, the lining up here by the shoulder, can be damaged if you wear a backpack over them. So you want to hold something in your hand. Coat and Seal does some that don't look rugged aesthetically. Sure, but there's still going to be, yeah. This fits in like the streetwear category. I mean, it's not. You wouldn't wear this with anything that isn't casual. Well, you can if you if you want to, but this one's pretty refined. Visvim. Jesus Christ, I can't imagine how expensive this is. You should get this. Japanese bespoke raglan sleeves wool coat. Not really my thing, I'm afraid. If I was going to have a big wool coat, I would want it to be a polo coat. Thank you, Lowengram. Kind of doesn't have any shape. It's more common in like Japanese clothing, you know? Very shapeless, very drapey, right? You know, the kimono robe, big rectangle of fabric. But Western wear, historically, not Western as in cowboys, but Western as in like European, it tends to be very shaped, you know? Of course there are Ava Aurora, but I'm not the one who knows about them. My love, do you want me to be cross with you? What are you doing here? I'm having trouble enough trying to. I can't even mute you. Can I mute you? I can't even mute you because you're on the same IP connection as me. I'm trying to focus on say you're making it take longer. Ban them. I can't. It's the same IP. Jasama with the $5. Baby Pig, she's having some health issues, so am I, to be fair. Wish us luck. Ah, geez. I am wishing you luck. I'm sorry that you're both having health issues. I'd also love for the Imager link that you've sent to me to load, because that's a prerequisite for me being able to see the image that you've sent me. Right now, all I'm seeing is this, which, as you can see, is not super helpful. Why is that not loading? Yeah, that's just not loading. Joe Sama, could you post it in chat? Imager is so trash now. Yeah, what's happened to that damn site? Why is my nose so sniffly? Well, whatever the case may be. Super chat. Super chat. High Shelf, thank you for the very kind $10 and $5 both. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. I think the entire DHS should be closed. Democrats will never get on board with it because they are gigacucks. To Calmo99, thank you for the $5. This donut was sent approximately 20 feet from where Charlie got kirked. Yo, based. Also abolished the DHS. He would have loved that, Charlie. Zoe Spencer, thank you for the $2. How do I make this bean soup if I don't like beans? Skill issue. Victorious Gardenosaurus and Linkle Productions, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I really need to watch Serial Experiments Lane. I can't believe I haven't watched that yet. So much overlap with my social circle, too. Tikal Murner or Tykel Murner, and oh my god, dude, my nose is itching so much. Am I dying? Hello? You know what? I'm taking extreme measures. Watch this. Now I don't have to feel self-conscious when I fucking rub my itchy ass nose. What am I doing over here? You don't know. For all you know, I could be fucking waving my dick around. You don't know. I'm not. Look at that. What are you gonna do about that? Oh, what's this noise? What's that noise? What am I doing? You have no idea. It's me getting a new tissue box. Throwing the old one away. Why is the chat so misplaced? There we go. All right, what was I saying? Alex Layden and Tykel Murner, thank you for the $10 both. I cannot Tykel Murner. I'm afraid I do not believe in verbal hugs. All I believe in is solidarity. It's an insufferable byproduct of my of my ideology, but you'll have to live with it, I'm afraid. I hope you're doing well. It's been very, very, very stressful, but overall, I think the news is good. Well, it's good in a, like, I'm glad that they are not able to do what they're doing without consequence. Who do you think will be the next great leftist lolcow? I don't know. The last one was probably, who was the last big leftist lolcow? Probably Somerton? It's got to be Somerton. I have no idea. Are there even left tubers anymore? I feel like they're all, every left YouTuber decided that they would rather do videos on like video games and movies and stuff. You know? Like they were doing politics, and then they all decided like politics is depressing and socialism is never happening. I want to do videos on the Twilight series or whatever. Linkle Productions, thank you for the $2. Yeah, they all went to Nebula. Victorious Gardenosaurus and Eloram Basdo, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the $2. Tem Christer, Sean Riordan, Zoe Spencer, and Alex Layden again. Thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Fellow Seattleite, love your analysis on things. Was already left-leaning, but have become more progressive. Thank you. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very, very nice of you. Okay, the bit's over. Come back. Why you are being super annoying today? All right, I'll make sure to. I'm like chat in our relationship. I'm the woman, so when I'm annoyed, I get like really quiet, and I'll be and my partner will be like, "What's wrong? Are you mad at me?" And I'll be like, "No," and we'll talk like 2 times in the day. You're still talking to? Well, I'm talking to you. We still can't see you? Yeah. Anyway, I'm cooking up some of that later, you know? Hey, I'm a boy wife. What can I say? Any Zoe Spencer, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate that. I found your channel covering the protests in LA last summer, and I've been here since. Maybe I'll check out your Not YouTube someday. Oh, maybe I'll check out Not YouTube someday. Like just the Twitch space. There's some funny stuff going on over there. You get me. B Huevo and Ash Kitty, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you. I know I'm behind the stream, but go buy borax, put it in your laundry load. It'll take out the stains. Buddy. I don't mean to talk down to you, but I know more about laundry than you. I'm well aware of what borax, baking soda, vinegar, oxygen. Don't worry. I've got it all. I bought a bone knife so that I could apply stain removers without damaging fabric. Don't you worry, okay? I know what I'm doing. I've got the tools. Vosh one of those people that can read the laundry symbols in the tag? Yes, I can. Boaz, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. There's never been a better time to be a progressive running an election. Probably true, yeah, given people's dissatisfaction with both parties. Still alive, Tacoma99, Eloram Bazdo, and Killer Tofu. Thank you for the $2 all. I really appreciate that. Ori and Tykel Merner, thank you for the $5 both. $5 and £5. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Folks in Minneapolis are also keeping the Ice Bastards up at night with noise demonstrations. We're keeping them up at all hours. Good. You know, the more miserable you were, or sorry, the more miserable they are on account of you guys, the less likely they are to be able to stick it out. Morale counts for a lot. Sean Riordan with the $2. Rally/vigil for Alex Preddy at Seattle VA at 3:30 p.m. Really? Oh, okay. Oh, that's, I mean, if there's another Seattleite who donated, if anyone wants to attend, I have business after stream, parentheses, I don't leave the house, but I do appreciate the information. Papug, thank you for the 50 Polish currency. Heart. I heart you too. Thank you. Zoidnimus, thank you for the $5. The closer the admin is pushed into a corner, how likely are they to shut the internet off like Iran? It can't happen here. Unlike Iran, America is the epicenter of global commerce, and that is largely facilitated through the internet these days. There is no way to actually do. There's no shut-off switch. Like for one, in addition to the fact that it can't happen for like practical reasons, there's also no way to do it. There's no big button the president can press that would shut off internet. Blank Mool and BK12, thank you for the $2. No, £2 both. YouTube Short should be removed. Yeah, probably, yeah. Paloma Del Mar, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Refresh. Hillel Finder, thank you for the very kind $20. Call me the DHS the way I'm leaking into the hands of Ken Klippenstein. All right. Don't make me an accomplice. Go pitch your... Ken probably responds to emails pretty quickly. Go shoot your shot in his inbox, okay? You goddamn little rascal. That's good though. Undead Mod, thank you for the $5. I'm not surprised ICE would go to what looks like normal neighborhoods. Don't really see them going to well-known hoods with gang activity. There have been a couple of instances of that, but it is true that organized gang activity just isn't as prominent in the United States as it was 20, 30 years ago. But even in the neighborhoods of like, there are places in like LA, Oakland, whatever else, where, yeah, they probably would meet. There would be a greater likelihood of them meeting real resistance, yeah. The funny thing is, a lot of those communities are also themselves very anti-illegal immigrant. Like a lot of the black gangs in Los Angeles have historically had, I'm generalizing here, not the best relationship with the Latin communities. You know, like criminal gangs tend to not be filled with like lefties, right? They're pretty, you know, they tend to be pretty right-wing for the most part. Atul Prasad, thank you for the $10. Trump has created a culture of fear around him, and Miller/Lance are lying to him. It's Hitler in the bunker, except in this case, Hitler is less murderous than his generals. Yeah, it's a really weird dynamic. Like, they're both egging him on, but they're not egging him on in like, you know, you can go farther kind of way. They're egging him on in the you haven't gone anywhere at all because everything's peachy keen. It's weird. Hitler, but he's scared of guns. Yeah, man. Hitler, what happens if he was never a World War I vet? It's weird. I don't think they would do that, Rubles. That would be wacky. Joan Bolt, thank you for the super kind $20. It's cold, but my heart is kept warm by the shared hatred of ICE. I was at the Resistance March Tacoma, Saturday in Tacoma. Good pro-social times. Nice. I'm glad that something cool happened in Tacoma. I know you guys need that. I'm sorry. Just a little bit of intercity rivalry. No, really, I am delighted by that. Zoe Spencer and Atul Prasad again. Thank you. Thank you for the $5 both. If slavery came back but slaves were humanoid robots, would you buy one? No, I think those things are sickening. The only reason you would ever want a servant robot in the shape of a man is if you wanted them to be made of flesh and couldn't get away with it, you know? I have no idea why you would ever want like a iconographic reminder of slavery around. Like if you wanted to have a machine that did your bidding or whatever, you already have a computer, and computers and phones respond to voice activated commands. Like why give it the shape of a human if you didn't want to erode the social and moral barrier? You know, so now what? You get to yell at something that looks like a human? You get to hit it? I don't understand what the incentive or the motivation is there. You know, it seems pointless and inhuman. And I would judge a friend if they had one. If I went to a friend's house and they had some robot slave in the corner, you know, I would judge them harshly for that, for sure. And to the other person's point, yes, I think messenger bags are very attractive. You know, I think they look good. Human shape looks cool. That's the reason. You know, if you want a human to do your bidding, you can hire a professional maid service. It'll cost significantly less than any humanoid robot you could find in the market, or will be able to find in the market anytime soon, and they will do a much better job. Now, one thing you won't be able to do to them that you would be able to do to the robot is you can't yell at it or beat it. But if that's the motive, then you know. Just my opinion. Supremes, thank you for the 10 AUD. Hello from Perth, Australia. Keep up the coverage. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm going to be honest. I'm coming away from this stream feeling a little bit self-conscious because my energy levels have been low, and I don't know why they've been low. I've been exercising daily. You know, I've been getting a clean 2,000 calories. I've been getting a decent amount of sleep. I don't know why I feel a little bit under the weather right now. I guess just recovering from a little bit of a cold. But, you know, I never want to give you guys a bad performance up here. Sometimes it just be like that, yeah. Sensuous Psychosis, thank you for the $5. Do the accent you were going to do with the Mexican ICE officer, you coward. I did the Listen Holmes, and that was very funny. And I stand by that. And you know what else I stand by? I don't think it's innately racist to do an accent. You can do an accent of British people, German people, French people. Look, there is an innate silliness to accents. You're pronouncing words the wrong way. I don't think there's anything innately racist about that or delighting in that. Now, obviously, a lot of people who do accent bits of other races are doing it for racist reasons, you know? But I just do not, I think that in a perfect world, you would be able to make jokes about that freely, and people would still want to make jokes about it because it's just innately funny to hear a person talk in your language, but in like a funny way, you know? You get me. Rubles with the $5. Thank you very much. God, I hope they don't do that. And beloved partner for the $5. I will not be silenced. And yet. Oh, typical normie. Thank you for the $5. As a fellow millennial, what are your thoughts on the millennial early 2010s hipster archetype? Do you mean from like an aesthetic perspective? Do you mean like a like the fashion associated with it? Or do you mean like broadly? Because broadly, that's a really big topic. If you mean the fashion, the main thing it strikes of to me is performativity and insincerity. I think that fashion or that aesthetic should stem from a deep and sincere appreciation of things that derive from specific historical roots. So an example would be, I like a lot of Western wear, and to me, a lot of that stems from like an appreciation for the Navajo or for like Native American contributions or Mexican contributions to what we consider Americana now. I don't mean you need to be like super knowledgeable about everything, but I do think it's nice when there is a kind of deeper appreciation than just aesthetics, right? And I think that a lot of the stuff we think of with like the 2010 hipster look, with the like I'm thinking like very, very skinny jeans that are low rise, and then you have like the suspenders. and the flannels and so on. It just reeks of insincerity. Seeing you with a bullet in your neck like Kirk would be so great. Not going to happen, buddy. I can dodge. I got skills he didn't. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, anyway, I think sincerity matters. What about how Vosh maintains his beard? I do not do anything to maintain my beard. I'm sorry, I just don't. I shampoo it in the morning. That's it. I brush it. I mean, you guys see me brush my beard, so apart from that. All right, folks. This cruel mockery of a live stream has gone on long enough. I'm afraid that if you want to see it continue, you'll have to wait till tomorrow. In the meantime, I hope everyone has a wonderful day. Please take care, stay healthy, drink water, and I'll see you soon. Hold on. The chatter who earlier sent a non-functional Imager link has now sent a functional Flickr link. Beep beep. Aww. I hope their little health issues get better soon. Perfect cat hidey hole. What pretty eyes. All right, that's a good cap off, folks. Thank you very much for the fixed links. Link. Love you all. Take care.